Good evening. It is 6:35 p.m. March 9th, and the meeting of the Urban Design Commission will now come to order. May we have a roll call?
Nicole Ream.
Here.
Barbara Cash.
Here.
Edith McKee.
Here.
Allison Gordy.
Here.
Julia Foland.
Here.
Mark Cox.
Here.
Monica Sullivan is excused. You have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to minutes. May we get a motion to approve the minutes from February 9th? We have a motion from Commissioner Gordy and a second from Commissioner McKee. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Sorry, Commissioner Cash, I just saw your text. We'll try to keep an eye on your screen. Seeing and hearing no objections to the minutes have passed. Okay, so we're moving on to special order of business. Are there any disclosures this evening?
I have one. I was absent from the February 9th meeting, but I have listened to the audio of case 2022-0003 and can participate on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Commissioner McKee?
I need to disclose that I have a conflict with case 2022-0012. I work for the company that is doing the public involvement for the snow dump.
Thank you. May I get a motion to direct Commissioner McKee to participate? Commissioner Cox has moved and seconded by Commissioner Gordy. And we do have another one on the screen there, remind me. Okay, so I think we now need to have a vote to have Commissioner McKee participate.
Ms. Cash.
She's typing.
No.
No? Okay.
Ms. Foland.
No.
Did you guys vote? So Edith abstained, so you need to vote.
It's on to me now.
No, you need to vote for,
Oh, I didn't see it, sorry.
and Mark, you voted no?
The motion fails. Commissioner McKee will be recused from case 2022-0012. Commissioner Foland, do you have a disclosure?
Yes, on case number 2022-0024, I just need to disclose I am friends with Peter Briggs of Corvus Design, but have nothing to do with this project and didn't know he was working on the project.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Foland. May I get a motion to direct Commissioner Foland to participate in case 2022-0024? I'm going to use this, moved by Commissioner Cash and seconded by Commissioner Cox. I think we now need to move to a vote.
Ms. Cash.
Yes.
Ms. Foland.
I pass, right?
You would abstain, thank you.
Abstain? Yeah.
The motion passes. Commissioner Folland, are you having a hard time hearing?
Yes, I'm hearing about 20%.
20%. Okay.
Should I just listen on the on YouTube?
Through the chair, you could listen on Teams if you can hear better, but you would need to do any conversation through the bridge phone.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cash, are you able to hear us?
It's very, very reduced volume for me, and I would appreciate it if people could really speak up during these hearings, etc.
Can someone tell me how to listen on Teams?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
How do I listen on Teams?
How do you listen on Teams?
Yeah, I don't.
Are you on your phone or are you on a computer?
I'm on my computer.
Do you have speaker on your computer?
Yes.
So you should be able to hear us, but we can't hear. Yeah, there you go. Mute. Keep yourself muted. There you go. But you should turn up the volume on your computer and you'll be able to hear us, I hope. Okay. For us or
No.
her? Okay. Okay, if you go into your device settings, my apologies, one moment, everyone. Device
Yeah.
settings, did you, did you go to device settings?
Just 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm on device settings.
Oh, you have it muted. Oh, right.
I can hear you.
Okay, I think we're going to have some cross talk here, Julie. So we're going to have to speak slowly and concisely.
Okay, thank you.
I apologize. Technology. Okay, are there any other disclosures? Okay, I do have a couple of disclosures. The first one is similar to Commissioner Cox for case 2022-003. Resolution 2022-001 on the consent agenda. I was not present during the February 9th meeting when the case was presented. However, I have listened to the audio recording and am able to vote. I have another disclosure. The firm that I work for has a term contract with Project Management and Engineering to provide project management and construction management services. PM&E is here this evening presenting case 2022-0012. I have not worked with PM&E on this particular project, and I will not gain financially from this project. I cannot vote on my own disclosure, so I will pass the microphone to Commissioner McKee, Vice Chair.
May we have a motion to direct Chair Rem to participate in case 2022-0012? Do we need to vote on them separately? No, the other ones are not voted on. Okay. Okay, so it's been moved by Commissioner Cox and seconded by Commissioner Gordy. May we have a vote?
Ms. Cash? Ms. Cash? Okay, she said.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
I vote yes.
Thank you. Ms. Foland?
I vote yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes. Commissioner Rem has been directed to participate in case 2022-0012.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think we've got all of our disclosures underway here. Moving on. Bear with me. Oh, okay. We have an item number 2. Oh, no, wait, we're on the consent agenda. Nope, we are. Okay. So we do have an item 2 here for the annual election of officers. If desired by the commission, the agenda may be reordered to have the election of officers heard after the public hearings. Do we need a motion? Okay. Regardless, and then a vote, right? Okay. Can we get a motion to reorder the agenda? And it looks like we have a motion from Commissioner McKee and a second by Commissioner Gordy. May we have a vote to reorder the agenda for elections to the end?
Ms. Cash?
Yes.
Ms. Foland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes. We will move that to the end of the meeting here. Moving on to the consent agenda. May we have a motion to approve the resolution on the consent agenda? We have a motion from Commissioner McKee and a second from Commissioner Cox. Would anyone like to pull the item to discuss or correct? I see here no discussion, so the consent agenda is approved. Okay, moving right along. We are actually on to item G, the public hearings. Based on disclosures this evening and recusal, we have a short board for case 2022-0012. I will read the process for the short board. When there's a short 5-member board or commission and a postponement is offered to and agreed by the petitioner, they will be moved to the next regular agenda. This should occur within 30 days, which does not require renoticing the case, which means new public hearing notices and advertising. If the petitioner is willing to postpone but unable to attend the next available meeting date within 30 days, the petitioner has one time only option to choose the next date certain he or she can attend at no extra fee. When a postponement is requested by the petitioner, there is a rescheduling fee and a new public hearing date shall be determined by the planning department. This will put their case in the next available cutoff date queue as if they were submitting their case for the first time. So we have a petitioner here for case 2022-0012. Would you like to postpone? Please state your name and spell it for the record. And you might want, there's a power button on that mic with there you go, on the front. There's a face with a little, there you go, it's on.
Oh.
Perfect.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. My name is Melinda Tsu. I'm with Project Management and Engineering, and I'm here with Lori Cummings from HDR, our consultant. And we appreciate the Commissioner's time and an opportunity. However, we would like to take a postponement.
Okay, oh, all right, well, it looks like the next meeting is April 13th, so we will postpone your case to April 13th. Thank you for coming this evening.
All right, thanks. Bye-bye.
We do have a couple more items on our public hearing agenda, and so I will read, thank you, Lori, read the procedure by which the public may speak to the Urban Design Commission. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Okay, the Urban Design Commission. So the procedure by which the public may speak to the UDC is, at its meeting is, one, after the staff presentation is completed on public hearing items, the chair will ask the public for testimony. Two, persons who wish to testify will follow the time limits established in the UDC Rules of Procedure. First, petitioners, including all of his or her representatives, are given 10 minutes. Rebuttal by the petitioner may be allowed when time is reserved. Representatives of groups such as community councils, PTAs, etc., are given 5 minutes, and individuals are given 3 minutes. When your testimony is complete, you may be asked questions by the commission. You may only testify once on any issue unless questioned by the commission. An individual may have appeal rights relating to any action the Urban Design Commission takes except commission recommendations to the Assembly, which are not appealable. Appeals must be filed with the clerk's office within 20 days after approval by the Urban Design Commission of the resolution, which is the commission's final decision. A fee for the appeal is required at the time of filing. The next case on our public hearing agenda is case 2022-0024. We have the Anchorage School District here with a major site plan review and alternative equivalent compliance request for landscaping. May we have staff's presentation?
Thank you, Chair Ream. Materials for this agenda item include the staff packet and supplementary packets. The supplementary packets contain additional information from the petitioner and comments that we received after the staff packet was finalized. I'll provide a brief synopsis of the request, comments, and the criteria in Title 21 used to evaluate the site plan that were covered in the staff report. So this is a major site plan review for the replacement of Inlet View Elementary School. It's one of the oldest schools in the Anchorage School District. The site plan shows the existing school building located on the northern half of the parcel remaining in place during construction of the new school building on the southern half of the parcel before the existing building would be demolished. The existing school has a one-way driveway that enters on N Street and exits on West 12th Avenue. The site plan for the replacement school proposes a main entrance facing Inlet Place with a parking lot and 2 driveways and a second entrance on N Street. Existing play areas would be replaced with new play areas as part of the design. A major site plan review with the Urban Design Commission as the decision-making body is required for the Inlet View Elementary School replacement as dictated by the Table of Allowed Uses in Title 21. The Planning Department received several comments on the project. Watershed Management Services requested a stormwater pollution prevention plan. Traffic Engineering and Private Development had comments and recommendations, including a request for additional traffic analysis at the West 13th Avenue intersections that lead into and out of the neighborhood, and for sidewalks to be upgraded or provided along all developed rights-of-way adjacent to the school parcel. Other department comments were of non-objection, or departments had no comment. Several neighbors commented the Planning Department to submit written comments and to obtain information on the case in the public hearing. At the time of writing the staff report, the department had only received comments against approval of the site plan. However, since the staff report was finalized, the department has received comments both in favor of and against the approval of the site plan. The petitioner also submitted additional information since the staff report was written that summarizes the decision-making processes that led to the site plan and as well as additional analysis on traffic impacts. Site plan review procedures are described in Anchorage Municipal Code. The purpose of a site plan review is to ensure compliance with the development and design standards and provisions of Title 21 and to encourage quality development in the municipality reflective of the goals, policies, and objectives of the comprehensive plan. There are 4 approval criteria for site plan reviews outlined in code. I'll touch upon them briefly. For the first criteria, the site plan is consistent with any previously approved subdivision plat or land use. Inlet View Elementary School was constructed in 1957, and it's been in use continuously as a school. There are no conflicts with the underlying plat or any other land use approval. For the second criteria, the site plan complies with all applicable development and design standards in Title 21. There are several subsections in Title 21 that cover design standards. The site plan meets standards for the PLI district, for use-specific standards for an elementary or middle school, and for dimensional standards. With conditions of approval, the site plan meets requirements for transportation and connectivity. If the request for alternate equivalent compliance is approved for placement of the shrubs, then the landscaping requirements are met. I did note in this section that the Urban Design Commission may choose to add any additional conditions for neighborhood protection as they see fit. For the third criteria, the site plan addresses any significant adverse impacts that can reasonably be anticipated to result from the use by mitigating or offsetting those impacts to the maximum extent possible. The facilities layout of the site will change, but the use of the parcel will remain the same. The narrative in the application documents meetings and comments that the petitioner reviewed to mitigate adverse impacts. It also documented some parking modifications made in response to comments on early designs, and the request for alternate equivalent compliance is noted as being developed from community comments. The site plan addresses reasonably anticipated adverse impacts and mitigates them to a feasible extent. For the fourth criteria, the development proposed in the site plan is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. The site plan is consistent with the land use designation of community facility or institution per the Anchorage 2040 land use plan. The site plan is consistent with policies in the 2020 Anchorage Bowl Comprehensive Plan, and the Anchorage Original Neighborhoods Historic Preservation Plan does not demarcate the school as a landmark to save. The South Addition Neighborhood Plan is a draft. It's not formally adopted. However, that draft plan does support replacing or upgrading Inlet View Elementary School. The petitioner has requested alternate equivalent compliance for the relocation of 195 shrubs required for L1 landscaping along the site perimeter and parking lot perimeters. I recommend the UDC consider the alternate equivalent compliance request in a motion separate from the review request for the site plan. 6 shrubs per 20 linear feet of property line are required, and 195 of those shrubs are requested to be relocated from the property line and placed near the school building at the back slope of the sledding hill and farther from the property line facing N Street on the western side of the parcel. There are 3 review criteria to evaluate alternate equivalent compliance. I'll briefly go over those. The first criteria is that the proposed alternative design achieves the intent of the subject design standard to the same or better degree than the subject standard. The overall number of required trees and shrubs will stay the same with the alternate design. The intent of the standard is met. Plantings are still provided along the perimeter of the property since the relocated shrubs are only a portion of the total number of required shrubs. For the second criteria, the proposed alternative design achieves the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan to the same or better degree than the subject standard. The proposed alternative allows for natural surveillance of parking areas and improves overall safety. It's consistent with Policy 99 in the Anchorage 2020 Comprehensive Plan that calls for natural surveillance. For the third criteria, the proposed alternative design results in benefits to the community that are equivalent to or better than compliance with the subject design standard. Again, the proposed alternative allows for natural surveillance, and the additional shrubs at the back slope of the sledding hill will direct students to sled in one direction and away from streets. The department recommends UDC approval in 2 motions, as I mentioned previously. The first motion being the department recommends approval of the alternate equivalent compliance request for the Inlet View Elementary School site plan for 195 shrubs to be placed elsewhere on the site as shown on sheet L101, subject to conditions 1 and 2 in the staff report. And the second motion being the department recommends approval of the Inlet View Elementary School site plan subject to conditions 1 through 7 in the staff report. The conditions are inclusive of a request for additional traffic analysis by the traffic engineering department, an improvement to public place agreement for sidewalk and ADA improvements, and for sidewalk improvements to M and N Street. That is the end of my staff report, and I'm available for questions. The petitioner is also available in the audience to provide testimony tonight.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing that there are no questions,
Madam President, I have a question.
yes.
For the staff, correct? Yes, will do. So you were saying that this design was consistent with the, what was it, policy number, did you reference 89 in
It's in the
your speech?
Commissioner Cox, through the chair, the policy I mentioned in my brief synopsis was policy 99. That's the one that allows for natural surveillance of parking areas. However, there's several listed in the staff report that are within the Anchorage 2020 comprehensive plan.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to read any of the comments of public testimony? Oh, I see. Have you had an opportunity to read any of the public comments in regard to this design?
Commissioner Cox, yes, I have. The ones that I would have read at the time of writing the staff report are the ones that are included in the initial packet, since we got several after the staff report was released. But I've tried to review them all as best I can.
Do you see a majority of the comments that are coming in as positive or negative towards what you're proposing?
Commissioner Cox, the initial batch of 15 comments we received were all against the approval of the site plan. However, since then, the petitioner provided some additional information. One was a letter from the Anchorage School District noting some additional information on how the site plan layout was created, as well as some additional traffic analysis. And then we received several comments. I think they're split about evenly. We did receive a large batch at the end of the day, so I don't have the exact numbers for how many are for and against, but it seemed to me they're about split evenly after the staff report was released.
Okay. Though we may defer on whether it's split evenly or not, do you put any weight or merit to how the community councils reacted to this design?
Commissioner Cox, we did not hear directly from the South Addition Community Council, but for every case that's before the planning department, we do take into account the comments we receive from the general public. Or community councils may also submit comments to you, but in this case, we didn't receive one.
Thank you. That's the end of my questions, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like we have a question for staff from Commissioner Foland.
Hi, I have a question on policy number 4. 42, Northern City Design Concepts shall guide the design of all public facility projects, including parks and roads. What is the concern about, or what's this planning department's stance on the shadow that it's casting on the playground on the north side of the building and the wind issue from the north side? If that was something that you guys looked at. I know in the reports there were a variety of, everybody kind of had a different shadow plan, and I just wanted to see if that was a concern at all.
Commissioner Foland, yes, that was. So Policy 42, I think if I heard you right. So yeah, Northern City design concept shall guide the design of all public facility projects, including parks and roads. In the staff report, I referenced the main entry canopy for protection from inclement weather. The building orientation also maximizes the amount of daylight to enter the building during school hours. And we also noted the glare reducing LED lighting. We did get information on the shadowing of the playgrounds. I believe I did mention that in the public comment we received. However, we didn't think that piece was enough to state that this policy was fully non-met. I do think that the petitioner may present some information tonight on the shadowing, and I'm guessing that members of the neighborhood may also comment on that, but the planning department concluded that it wasn't enough to consider that policy not met.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Foland, I see that you wrote speaks louder and slower. You did, okay. Oh, okay,
I saw that. Thank you.
got it. Okay. Okay, are there any other questions of staff? Seeing here and hearing none, will the petitioner please come forward, state your name, and spell it for the record?
There we go. Good evening. My name is Tom Fenoseff, Fenoseff. So through the chair, I'm the Senior Director for Capital Planning and Construction for the Anchorage School District. Thank you for considering the case that you have in front of you tonight. I'd like to introduce our team and hand you off to our presenters. From ASD, we have Charlie Peters, Larry Morris, and George Vacalis. From our consultant team, we have Paul Burrell with Envision Architecture, Peter Briggs with Corvus Design Landscape Architecture, and Rebecca Campbell with CRW Engineering Group, and then Dennis Barry with BBFM Engineers. After our presentation, we are available for your questions. I'd like to pass it over to Peter Briggs and Paul Burrell to provide the rest of the presentation.
Peter Briggs, B-R-I-G-G-S, and our intent is to reserve approximately 3 minutes. Hopefully we'll get there.
Thank you.
Through the chair, in summary, Inlet View Elementary School is at the end of its useful life. It has been determined that a full facility replacement is in the community's best interest. The Anchorage School District has made an operational decision to maintain the existing school facility fully operational during the construction of a new building. The supplemental letter you have from the ASD explains the reasoning behind this decision in detail. The building and site design are illustrated within your packet beginning on page 34. The building is on the south half of the site, influenced by utility easements to the north and the west.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you raise the mic up just a little bit and then try to speak a little closer? They're very insensitive.
Staff parking and bus drop-off are provided to the west, and general parking is to the east with parent drop-off, pickup, and on-site queuing lanes. The kindergarten playground is adjacent to the interior kindergarten classroom spaces to the southeast. The remainder of the recreation areas and older age play equipment lie to the north of the school. A sledding hill is provided in the northeast corner with a skating rink to the west of the site. An outdoor classroom area is provided to the southwest of the school, and to the south of this there is room earmarked for possible future addition of portable classrooms, if that need arises. It is the intent to keep a grouping of trees in the northwest of the site, with the expectation that other trees on the site will need to be removed due to demolition or new project improvements. Note that there are quite a few trees on the south of the property. These exist off-site within the M Street right-of-way and adjacent unbuilt alley rights-of-way. To address the school building, I'll pass it to Paul Burrell.
Thank you, Peter. Paul Burrell, B-A-R-I-L. I'm an architect with Envision Architecture. Through the chair, when we started the design process for this project to replace the existing school, We gathered as much input as possible from the ASD Capital Planning and Construction Department, the school principal, teachers and staff, students, parents, and community members. We held 3 visioning workshops with different stakeholder groups, followed by a handful of building design committee meetings. The main results of this visioning effort define several project goals that encompass the creation of a school that is welcoming, safe and secure, beautiful and unique, inclusive, embraces the community, is organized and functional, and inspires learning. The results of meeting these goals have led us to the design before you. Please reference pages 37 to 40 for architectural floor plans and elevations. The proposed school is a 2-story building intended to provide more program space than the previous building within a smaller footprint. The entrance to the school faces to the east and is open and welcoming to those entering the neighborhood. You enter the school into a 2-story height lobby and common space ahead of you. The multipurpose room and gymnasium are to the west, and the administration offices are to the north. The open stairs in front of you lead up to the library that overlooks the 2-story common space. The classroom wing is to the east of the commons area, with kindergarten and primary classrooms on the first level and intermediate classrooms on the second level. Overall, the building is oriented to capture the daylight through classroom windows and clear-story windows during school hours. And classroom views are away from the possible distractions of play and recreation areas. Note that shadow studies are provided on page 41 of the packet. The placement of the building on the site is also sensitive to the neighborhood scale and context. The school is set back from the neighborhood streets and placed centrally on the site. The building and site layout are open and welcoming while providing safe and secure access for vehicles and pedestrians coming to and leaving the school site. With that, I'll pass it back to Peter Briggs.
Through the chair, for your deliberations on this case, there are 3 main points that we would like to stress. The first is that the ASD has followed the required project process. As UDC, this is the benchmark that you were tasked, This is the benchmark that you were tasked with assessing. Does this project meet MOA procedural requirements? The project has included stakeholder engagement in a building design committee, typical of recent ASD projects. For your review, the required community meeting was held last fall as an agenda item with the South Addition Community Council and occurred after the 35% level of project design. We were frankly surprised with the level and type of community concern that we heard at that meeting, and in retrospect, it's evident that a sector of the community was just seeing the project at that point. Our understanding is that the MOA process for community meetings is precisely for this reason, ensuring that community members are made aware of a project at a reasonable time. Hearing significant concerns, we immediately put effort into making information available, receiving and responding to questions and concerns, and setting up a special meeting where this could be the focus rather than just an agenda item. This special meeting was followed by additional community council attendance, weekly postings of comments and responses on a website, and revisions to the building design committee makeup. Engagement and efforts are summarized on page 43 of your packet, and a summary of the community meeting begins on page 44. This summary includes responses to the community concerns that were communicated to us. We stress that the public input has created project improvements, including reduced area allocated to parking, improved locations for playground equipment and playfields to avoid shadowing, additional landscape buffering along the front of the school, and improved sight lines for security purposes. Technical review and professional oversight have also illustrated due diligence in protecting public safety and facility investment, including seismic stability of the entire site. The second point is that the ASD has created a project that meets MOA requirements. As UDC, this is the other benchmark that you've been tasked with assessing. Does this project meet MOA code requirements? Staff assessment, summarized in their staff support, provides you with a concrete analysis as to whether the project is consistent with MOA requirements and guidance. We concur with the staff's recommended conditions of approval. We would note that condition 6B regarding installing a sidewalk for the M Street cul-de-sac may be contrary to what the adjacent neighbors might want. As guided by public testimony tonight in your deliberations, your considerations may include the removal of this condition of approval due to the fact that installing the sidewalk would remove a significant amount of trees and encourage pedestrian access. The third point is that the location of the building is an operational decision that falls within Anchorage School District's purview. From code, your role with site plan review includes to encourage quality development in municipality reflective of the goals, policies, and objectives of the comprehensive plan. Should you have concerns about the approval of this project tonight, stemming from decisions to date of the Anchorage School District, we're here to answer any questions you might have to guide your deliberations. Lastly, opponents of the project have alluded to a disingenuous process. This is not fair. The process has been deliberate, responsive to requirements, and responsive to providing information related to concerns or disagreements. The extensive project record of comments, questions, and responses illustrates this. Again, our goal tonight is to assist you with providing factual information to help you base your deliberations and decision. And for clarification, informally I went through comments, and it looks like there are approximately 41 comments in support and approximately 18 that are against the project. We'll reserve the remainder of our time for rebuttal.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the petitioner? And before we move that forward, I think we really need to have you almost touching the mic. We're having issues hearing on the...
Okay. It's really loud coming back, so it's actually...
Is it?
It's really weird.
Yeah.
It's uncomfortable, so...
I feel the same way.
Sorry, I have one quick question.
Commissioner Folland?
Peter, could you repeat that last sentence you said of how many were for and how many were against and of the comments?
And I'll just say it's approximate. In going through it, I think there were 41 positive and 18 against, and if someone looks at it closer, they might be able to correct that.
Did you say 6 against?
41 for and 14 against.
Thank
18.
you.
18, sorry. 18.
Thank you.
Is that all, Commissioner Folland?
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner McKee?
Hi, thank you. I have several questions. So the first one is in... Thank you. Pertains to the conditional item 6, which regards the sidewalk on N Street and M Street being reconstructed with a width of 5 feet. And I was wondering, what is the current width, and what are the concerns with that, reconstructing that to that 5-foot width?
We don't have any objection to the N Street. That condition makes sense. It's condition 6 Bravo, 6B.
Okay.
And I'll try to remember to be close. Sorry. And the only reason we bring up M Street is that there's a significant amount of vegetation that is just off property. And so that's within the right-of-way. If a code, a sidewalk that met design requirements was installed, the limits of disturbance for it would likely require the removal of a fair amount of the vegetation. That vegetation provides a pretty nice buffer, and I would defer to neighboring public testimony to comment on that, but we're just trying, it seems within the intent of their comments that retaining that vegetation would be good, but I defer to them.
Okay, thank you.
Might I add to that?
Sure, of course.
So one other thing to note is that based on public review and input that we've gathered from the community is that we're basically purposely trying to avoid M Street, the cul-de-sac, being an entry point to the school. And so adding a sidewalk would give the perception that we're making it an entry point. We have a fire access gate on M Street cul-de-sac, but it's not a traditional gate. We're doing a chain link fence that has a Knox lock that only the fire department can get through, and it's not a traditional gate. We will have an opening in the gate for pedestrians to walk through there, but we're purposely trying to make it not a dedicated entry point, and that's based on public comment.
Great, thank you. So I have a couple of questions for you. So I've read through the comments that were received by the community, and some of the questions were concerns about on-site construction while students were in residence in the existing building. And so my question is there a plan for staging of equipment or delineating the areas to address student safety concerns?
Yes, ma'am, there is. Our contractor is Cornerstone General Construction, and we have them under contract through a CM, our GCCM, where they're working with us through pre-construction services. So we have a full detailed schedule and a staging plan. The way the school's been designed, which is part of the reasoning why the school's on the south side of the site, is it can be completely separated from the existing school and the existing playground. So the existing school will be in complete operation just like it is today. They'll just be minus some playfield area. And they're going to have construction screening separating the construction site from the school. And so all the staging and all the construction efforts going to occur on site, on that south end of the site, away from the existing school. We're actually purposely going to be putting a observation stage that students can use with their teachers to observe the construction as part of the curriculum with the school. They're an baccalaureate program, an international baccalaureate program. And so the principal and the teachers are really excited about introducing the construction to the students as a learning tool. So we're going to have an observation platform for them to be able to see through or over the fence.
That's a great idea. I just, as a side comment, that I can see that the construction site is a big attractant, and so putting in that platform is a great idea. So my other one is, I also read that there are concerns about flooding and that there is a very high water table already in the area. And, municipal code, we've got MS4, so I was curious as to what is being done to address or mitigate flooding concerns or increase on-site detention or not change current drainage patterns.
Sure. So to address that, we're actually improving all the site drainage on the site. There is a high water table on the site, which is consistent throughout the site, both on the north and the south end of the site. And so with what we're doing with the improvements on the south end, which is where they do have a lot of drainage issues, is all that's going to be improved to have on-site water detention. We have a couple different methods that we're doing that. Our civil engineers here can speak specifically to that if you want to know specifics, but we are retaining the water on site and improving the drainage, and the contractor will be dealing with the high water table, but they'll have to deal with that with dewatering no matter where we put the building on the site.
Great.
And just to add to that, one of the items we heard from neighbors was they had a concern with the existing hockey rink when the ice melts, that contributes to significant water load to the south of the site. With the ice rink being moved to the north, it does eliminate a potential contributing factor.
Great, thank you. And then I have one more question. And so also reading through the comments, there was several comments regarding the capacity of the school, feeling that the design was for a larger capacity than is necessary for the neighborhood. But I had a question and so this is kind of a long question. If the international, and so is the IB program in place or is it planning to be in place?
It is in place now.
It is in place. Okay. So I'll revise my question a little bit. So since the IB program is in place, will you be opening slots to students that would like to be zone exempted into a special program that has that been taken into account in the drop-off parking pickup spaces, as zone exempted students are required to provide their own transportation?
Yes, it has. So the capacity count is based on a facility utilization calculation through the education specifications, which sets the capacity number at 289 students. Currently, the capacity of the school right now is, or not capacity, the enrollment today is 215 students. That's down due to COVID, and it's anticipated to be around 230 next year. And so there is some room for growth with that IB program to that 289.
That's great. And I'm assuming you're encouraging some zone exemption and preserving some slots for out-of-neighborhood children to be able to attend the program? Okay.
That's my understanding. There's different ways and avenues to get within the school. Yeah.
Great, thank you. That concludes my questions for now.
Thank you, Commissioner McKee. It looks like we have a question from Commissioner Foland.
Yes, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
I have a question for the architect. Two questions, actually. The first one is, if you were given this project and didn't have the operational constraint of the existing school, where would you locate the school?
Yeah, that's a good question.
If it was a blank slate?
Certainly, and that's a good question. We've been asked that question by the Anchorage School District Board. And my answer to that is I would put it right in the middle of the site, which is really close to where we have it now. The only reason why it's pushed a little bit to the south from being centered on the site is because of the utility easement that runs north or west to east directly through the middle of the site. But putting it centrally on the site would be my where I would lean towards from the very beginning, which is what's put it where it's at today.
Would it have a similar massing?
Would it have what?
A similar massing to the design as it is now?
Mapping.
Similar massing.
Oh, similar massing. Yes, it would. Yes.
Okay. And the second question I have is regarding Policy 42. Northern City Design concepts shall guide the design of all public facility projects, including parks and roads. What is your take on how this design helps identify us as a northern city, and the issue of casting a shadow in the playground on the north side, which was a pretty common concern? I just wanted to hear your take on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to answer that question. So the specific case of planning and designing for northern design was the emphasis was put on the building itself and the orientation of the building for the main entry to face the east. When kids come to school in the morning, they get direct sun from the east. At the entry, we have cover, and the way the building is oriented to block the northern wind to the main entry. And then the way the building is oriented, it also allows to maximize daylight to the classroom spaces and to the interior core of the building, which is where the kids spend 6.5 hours of their day inside the building. So the northern design was emphasized with the building itself, and not particularly with the playground, but with regards to the shadowing and the playground, we've positioned, based on input from the public, we've positioned the playground so that during school hours when kids are in recess, they're not in shadow, and then the entire play field is not in shadow either.
And if I may add from a site, from a site perspective as well, is that the playground, the older age playground on the north is located in part where it is for active surveillance from administrative offices inside the building. So that's one of the reasons it is where it is. We tried to push it further to the north, knowing that there's that visual contact. So that's one of the other reasons for the location away from the building. And then one of the things that we heard from the parents was that when their kids ages, grades 1 up to age 12, when they come out, they often run off into the field and they're not necessarily playing on the play equipment. So we did prioritize having the fields and the play areas, the rec area and the skating rink within the sun, knowing that some of the paved surfaces that are striped for pavement games or similar are more likely to be used in non-snow conditions. So there's some subtleties within what we tried to achieve.
One other thing.
And then my last question I had was, why were solar panels and kind of things like of that nature taken off the table? I thought it was not economically feasible, but is there no way to incorporate some green technology in this building?
Yeah, so with regards to photovoltaics, specifically the Anchorage School District has done a study, which we've actually published because that was a question we got from public comment, and that study's been posted to the project website. But that study determined that the photovoltaics don't have the appropriate payback for investing in that technology. With regards to other green technology, our building does have all that included within the mechanical and electrical systems. So we do have green technology built into the MEP system.
Okay, that's all I have for now.
Might I respond real quick to that previous question regarding the shadowing? The other point that I was going to make was that we intentionally, and what you see in the shadow studies within your packet, is that the playgrounds are placed to be within sun when the kids are at recess. So the recess times are between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. And so when the kids are at recess, they are in the sun and they're not in the shadows.
Thank you. If there are no other,
Madam President,
Commissioner
I've got a
Cox?
question. So, are you residents of Anchorage? And if so, for how many years?
Yes, resident in Anchorage, been here for 20 years, and I'm originally from Yellowknife in the Northwest Territories, which is very similar to Fairbanks, so winter city design is something which is core to what I ascribe to.
And yes, I'm a resident of Anchorage, South Anchorage. I've been here since I was 10 years old and attended Taku Elementary, Mears Middle School, and Diamond High School.
Thank you. So, for the residents of N Street, do you think this is conducive or supportive to their ability to walk to the school?
I'm sorry, did you say M or N?
N as in November?
For their ability to walk to the school?
Correct, from their homes, pedestrians?
Yes, for a centrally located building with the sidewalk access, south and north, both of the bus and staff parking area. So from a sidewalk connection to the adjacent streets, I think it's probably similar to, if not a little bit better than the one before, or the previous school.
And one thing I'd like to add to that is that was part of the design intent with the building placement and facing the building to the urban side of the site, which is the east side, and away from N Street, which is the west side where the site of the school is currently sited. The point is that we limit the traffic and the vehicle access to the urban side of the site, which allows the neighborhood to have less traffic on N Street, which makes it safer for kids to walk to school.
I can see the concept, but I guess its feasibility is hard for me to understand when you think of the hustle and bustle of an elementary school, the kids running around. Some of them live in the neighborhood, some of them are going to buses, others are being picked up by their parents through vehicles. I don't see the feasibility for the residents of that area. So that's more so my comment. When it comes to the scale of this...
Might I just clarify that since we have an exhibit, just to make sure we're on the same page?
Yeah, of course.
you'll need to, okay.
And apologies for those who are on the phone, I'll try to describe it.
Closer.
Be closer, I'm so sorry.
You can take the mic with you. I think the cord might be long enough. No, never mind.
Oh, there you go. So for M Street being on the west of the site, there we go. For apologies. For the M Street access, if somebody's walking in from either direction, they can safely cross at the crosswalks that exist, I can't quite see the labels, 13th over to the other side of the street. Then there is a non-vehicular sidewalk that they don't have to cross a flow. So any student coming from the south would be on the east side of the street walking directly into the site. If a student is coming from the north and they're on the inside of the street, it's a direct access into the school. So it avoids any driveway crossings or similar. So that is pretty much as safe as you can get because they don't cross any driveways. And then it's a similar approach for the east where somebody's approaching north on Inlet Place or south, that they have direct access without crossing any vehicular ways that are part of the school.
So as the school borders active traffic, I see that you're saying that the sidewalks would be some benefit to the pedestrians if they were to align with the sidewalk. But as we know, the weather conditions, especially in the last winter, of course, what happens when students don't have the ability to walk on that sidewalk?
We all live in Anchorage, and I know exactly what you're talking about. And it's not just subject to this site, though. It would be subject to the whole neighborhood.
And I guess we'll flip the page now. When it comes to the scale of this building, declining student population, and of course you've heard about the climatic concerns, it would seem that this design is more concrete than it is green. So what are your thoughts on that? You have the increased parking spaces, you're adding a sidewalk, and scale the building, then also cast a shade. I understand that you're going to put some windows or some ability for light to pass through, and your hope is that the students would be able to play when the sun is up, and then when the sun is down, I'm guessing they're going home. Is that correct?
Are you speaking of the concrete hard form of the building or site permeability?
Site permeability.
The site permeability is not changing significantly. There's approximately 1,300 square feet less of permeable surfaces than the previous design. I've got that earmarked in the packet. On your page, page 48 within green space quantifies the, your page 48 in your packet under green space quantifies the site permeability.
I believe when you compare it to the existing site, we're pretty much a wash between green space and hard space with what the existing site currently has. I think we're like 2,000 square feet less approximately.
And are you accounting for the additional shrubbery that you're going to be having on the borders? Does that count as green space in your the deduction that only 2,000 or 1,300 to 2,000 square feet would be taken away?
The calculations in there are basically where there would be a piece of dirt where rain could get to it. So anything that would be a shrub bed, planting bed, lawn would be counted as green space in this calculation. And it should be noted that any planted area provides a higher ecological benefit and aesthetic benefit.
Indubitably so. So if we were to subtract the shrubbery and how much it takes, I see it borders the whole design itself, it almost seems. How much available green space would it be for the neighborhood? Because you do understand that this is a multi-purpose area for the community when school's not in session.
And for clarity, so when you're referencing green space, you're talking about recreational space?
That is the moving definition now, yes.
Okay. So if that was removed, there would be it would be a lower amount, but currently the school is out of compliance with municipal code. So even if this building was renovated, it would have to be brought into compliance. So any future for this school would require shrubs and trees to be installed.
Okay. Lastly, for the parking, I heard Commissioner McKee talk about, well, kind of almost give you a carrot in regards of saying that in the event that you increase your student output, that these parking sites would be utilized, but could we do without the increased parking space?
So we've discussed that with the school district. We have reduced the parking from what was originally designed in the original concepts that were presented to the community council and to the community. We reduced the parking count approximately 20 spaces. And what we're meeting is the bare minimum required by Title 21, which is based on a deed capacity number. And so when you do the calculations, we're meeting that number exactly. We're not one space over or one space under. Can we live without? We've been asked that question. We've discussed that with the school district, and the school district would prefer just to maintain and meeting the code requirements, because when they do have assemblies and parents and grandparents come to the school, they will need the parking. It is true that during a normal school day, they don't need all that parking for the amount of teachers that they have, but when they do have an assembly, they will need the parking.
And sorry to take up so much of your time, y'all. I just have so many questions. When it comes to the cul-de-sac that is currently there, you said that you had a meeting and it was an agenda item that received a lot of discussion, and then you held a special meeting. Who was in attendance at this special meeting?
So for the project in general, not just the cul-de-sac. We were required to have a community meeting. We had a concurrent with the South Addition Community Council meeting as the recommended venue. At that meeting, we were an agenda item late in the meeting. We're probably about an hour and a half in, and the agenda time we had, once we started to hear from people, it became very clear that that meeting was not enough to hear from people and talk to them. So shortly after that, I think within 2 weeks, we established a special meeting And I think our attendance for that was in excess of 100 probably. And that information is summarized in the packet, I think, in our community meeting page. So I know that we have the quantities for attendees.
I understand the quantities, but my question is more so who was in attendance? Was it?
For the community council meeting, so the meeting of the community council was noticed to everyone within 500 feet per municipal requirements. For the special meeting, the PTA went around to put door hangers on residents. It went out through the school mailing list. It went out through the community council list. So it basically went out to everyone that we had contact with. So the special meeting truly cast a wide net.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Madam President, that concludes.
Thank you. It looks like we have a question from Commissioner Cash.
Yes, thank you very much. My question is for Peter Briggs. Peter, I appreciate the work that you're doing to retain approximately the same number of trees and shrubs as are currently on the site. I believe that's what I heard. And I'm glad we're not losing. I do have a question, though, about the relationship of those existing, that existing foliage, because we have currently a one-story school with a two-story gymnasium with much less mass than our new school. And I wondered if there is some way that we can help soften the transition from a park-like setting to a structure that has far more mass and presence than the current existing school has, and use, how can we get more landscaping, more trees, more sizable shrubs, and yet provide safety, visual access through the site to help integrate the new building design with the park-like setting?
You're speaking to a landscape architect's heart. For clarity, the existing site has few to no shrubs, and it does have a significant number of trees on it. On packet page 42, there's an exhibit of, in the northwest corner, neighborhood residents identified that was a place that they felt was special, like whether it's nesting or the use by birds or habitat. So that's an area that will be kept. And then on the south, we've already talked about the adjacent property of the M Street cul-de-sac. Otherwise, we're at 95% development currently, and there's going to be another effort to go back out and verify with our current plans as to whether there are any other trees that can be kept. An existing tree is the best tree to keep, providing that it's not a hazard tree. Then speaking to the landscape quantities, in my personal and professional opinion, the current Title 21 requirement of 1 tree per 20 lineal feet, 6 shrubs per tree, actually provides a really significant, if not extra significant, amount of landscape for a site. The current site plan shows what I would call a code minimum or a code plus, because of that amount of landscape is good for a site. Then from a aesthetic point of view, on this site, the intent is to provide as many species as possible, that this acts as a school and a neighborhood botanic garden. So I think we show 18 tree species, which is unusual for a facility project. They normally try to limit it. And then from a shrub point of view, the same, where we have a good variety of them. And then it's balancing, keeping recreation areas open, trying to keep the landscape to the edges. As to the question of screening the building or views within the site, with those 18 species, they have a number of different structural types to them. And the intent is that when you're off-site in the future, as the trees mature, they will help to mitigate the size of the building. But one of the issues that the school district has been having is from the 70s and 80s, there were numerous schools that had trees planted that were much too close to the building. So there's a desire to avoid having trees placed close to the building due to people climbing them to get onto roofs in the future, or building damage from having the trees adjacent to it. So we're excited about the planting plan for the variety of species and the aesthetics of it, so there's been a lot of thought put into that, balancing it with views into and out of the site for safety. I'm hoping that answered your question and illustrated team excitement.
Thank you. It did. I did notice one comment that I want to follow up on, and that was a comment regarding the visual the views from coming down West 13th coming west from L Street toward the school, and having a view of the parking lot, and that area is so vitally important for adequate shrubs, again, to help break the transition to the mass of the building starting at that point. So I'm hoping that in a comprehensive way you can utilize something to that effect or that approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cash. Are there any other questions for the petitioner? Seeing and hearing none, I believe we will now open the hearing to public testimony.
Prior to public testimony, if anyone is speaking, and when you ask them questions, having an exhibit would be helpful. We brought exhibits to help anyone be able to clarify what they mean. So we have building elevations, we have building floor plans, we've got the site plans. I think the shadow study is in here, so if you see a benefit to point to something, let me know and I'll pull up the right exhibit.
Thank you. For Commissioner Folland and Commissioner Cash, Mr. Briggs was just pointing out that we do have some exhibits here that can be used if needed for clarification. Oh, Commissioner Cash, do you have a question for the petitioner?
I apologize. Yes, I do have a question, but it was regarding the traffic studies that were done. I believe it was CRW had done them, and I just wanted some clarification to make sure I was understanding it. Is it okay to, let's see, who would I address here?
It doesn't matter. We have, the petitioner is ready to answer your question.
Okay, then I will pull up my reference. I believe there was a specific sheet. Let's see. It was page 36 in the packet, and it was CRW's supplemental memo. I needed some clarification on the one-way direction for Inlet Place. I believe it is south to north. And I was confused by the arrows showing access from West 12th Avenue, south on Inlet Place, to the entry driveway. Does that make sense?
Yeah, Mrs. Cash, this is Paul Burrell, and to answer your questions directly, the Inlet Place is a one-way street headed north, south of 12th Avenue, and then north of 12th Avenue, Inlet Place is a two-way street, and 12th Avenue is a one-way street coming from L Street headed west. 13th, sorry, not 12th, 13th. And specifically with the traffic impact analysis that was recently submitted as a supplemental document, that is in response to the traffic's comments on the UDC packet to see an additional traffic study done. We had performed a traffic study early on in the design process that was provided in our discussions with traffic, and they were satisfied at that time. But now that we've had more public comment and concerns through the UDC review packet, they asked, one of the conditions that we've accepted is to do another traffic impact analysis in more detail with the simulation, and we've done that, and that's what's been provided with the supplemental packet. And I could let Rebecca from CRW speak to that because she completed that analysis.
Okay, and a follow-on to that traffic study is, I noticed there was a suggestion or recommendation that there be a drive, an entry drive from West 12th Avenue south on a new driveway to the drop-off zone in front of the school. Is that something that's being developed or considered further?
So yes, this is Rebecca Campbell, Campbell. I worked on the traffic analysis, and I can answer your question. The school district is looking at alternatives to possibly mitigate any concerns with Inlet Place the neighbors were having. We talked over with traffic, and one of the options that we were considering was an entry driveway from 12th Avenue and then an exit driveway at the intersection of 13th and Inlet Place. We did review that. We looked at it from an operational standpoint. It is pretty equivalent. They both meet level of service requirements that the city traffic sets forward. One of the issues that traffic had brought up, and also concerns that I had, is traffic's going to require that we turn that intersection at 13th and Inlet Place to an all-way stop. 13th Avenue, if you're not familiar with it, coming down from L Street, it's right now a free right, and adding a one-way or an all-way stop there will require a stop sign at the bottom of a hill, and there was a lot of concern about people sliding through the intersection. We submitted this report to traffic. They have not reviewed it yet, or they haven't commented on it yet, so we're still waiting to hear comments from them. But one of the comments they had initially is that driveways aren't typically part of the street intersection. They have different priority movements. They don't like to give that kind of priority to driveways at an intersection. So that was another complaint they had. And since this didn't quite, with the hill and the concern and it not really providing much of an operational benefit and only adding safety concerns, we kind of we discounted it. But like I said, traffic is still looking at it, and we're waiting for comments from them.
And to add to that, so part of the process is we were doing this simultaneously as we were waiting for this hearing, and we understood traffic had this comment about wanting us to do an additional analysis with the simulation. And so what we've done is we looked at that alternate approach, which was identified in the traffic impact analysis, and what was determined, if we determined that alternative site was a better solution for a traffic standpoint, we would have asked for a delay at this hearing. But from the findings, we determined that the existing design that was submitted for the UDC approval was the better design from a traffic standpoint. And that's what that traffic impact analysis tells us.
Okay, thank you both very much.
Let me just add real quick, the always stop improves the operations during the school hour, but with the safety concerns with the hill, and the always stop would be good for 15 minutes a day, during the afternoon pickup, during the school year, and then, the other 23 and a half hours of the day, the rest of the year, it would be a detriment to that intersection.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think that does conclude the questions for petitioner and staff. So now, we do have some folks here. We have some folks on the phone that can be called on the phone as well. Since you're standing and awaiting and you've made your way here, we will go ahead and start with the public testimony that has joined us this evening. If you could just come up one at a time and state your name and spell it for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hola, mi nombre Nacho Bruce en la clase de español Escuela Romig. Estoy en una cal abajo del sur es beques apellidos los capital. No eso verdad escuela. Por ejemplo, eso, Laguna, Tolete, al corredores, por Tielos.
Does anyone here have the ability to translate for this gentleman?
I can translate right here, Madam President.
Thank you.
Right now, as of right now, he said it's not right that the school be built there. Go ahead, as you were.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Oh.
My name is Joseph Nicoma Brooks. I'm the first child born here in an intermission of this island in nearly 92 years through my mother and my father. This civilization was built 117 to 141 years ago before it was out-elemented in nature. Most of the structures that survived to my birthright inheritance of the American and Alaska flag of defenders of freedom were based upon 34-karat gold bronze. I realize sometimes the schools get scrapped for 34-karat bronze and then get realigned with cinder block columns. This school particularly happens to flush the downtown Anchorage mountainous range is waste into the Westchester Lagoon. In ancient times, it used to be a water operating power plant to glacial chasms. There is many different societal pivots that shift civilization of what we know as Babylonians from our old empires when we were traveling place to place, avoiding the persecutions and the tragic occurrences in life, congregating in divergent sanctums of prestigious nobilities, often oppressing valor, rages toward other ethnicities. If you realize this is the operating toilet flusher of the downtown area to flush to the giant toilet bowl to the lagoon, would ye not try to steal it for gold? And would ye not try to teach them what they should be told? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Andrew Brown. I live at 1353 N Street, Nancy, N is a Nancy, right next to the Inlet View hockey rink, the current where it is on the southwest corner now. And I've been there since 1980. And I'm here today because of my concern over the almost annual flooding of the surface water this time of year when the snow melts, and how it floods into my backyard and into my crawl space, and I have to get the pumps going. And I understand the neighbors in the back of my house, on the ones on M Street, also have a problem. So I'm just hoping that there's real good remediation that's done with the new school plan to end that long-time flooding problem. And also, I noticed, according to the plan, how the new staff parking lot would be almost right next to my driveway, and so I'm concerned about any snow berm that might build up on the school side and affect my driveway and access. So I just appreciate your taking everything into account. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Okay. Hi.
My name is Kelly Merritt, M-E-R-R-I-T-T. I live at the corner of 13th and Inlet, and I have several concerns. I wrote a few notes. I left my notes at home, so I got to scribble some new ones. First of all, I'd like to thank you for listening to us with our concerns. I'm 33. I've lived at Inlet Place and 13th for 33 years. And I grew up in Turnagain, and I'm born in Fairbanks. I'm a truck driver and I'm a surveyor. There's a couple of things that haven't really been looked at a whole lot, and one is, and I was out checking it out today with my engineer brother, the elevation from Inlet intersection to L Street, our guesstimation, and it's just a guess, it's between 9.5 and 12 feet. In one block, there's this elevation that goes, and there's no flat ground until you get to L Street. every single day in the winter, trust me, I know, people are spinning out on that hill. So to have everybody coming out on L Street, backing up and trying to get out, oh, I can't imagine. I've been stuck on it. Everybody's been stuck on it. But when you have a mass of cars, I don't know how many, there's not that many now because the way they park is all around the school. So there might be 10 vehicles or 12 vehicles that go up that hill that are pointed toward that intersection, and the other ones go other ways. But I wanted to bring that to your attention, that the elevation rise from the intersection to L Street, it's at least 10 feet. Everybody's spinning out every day. And then they're spinning up on the next elevation thing, getting up to New Sagayas, which is even steeper. And then you have to back down and get a run at it. And if they're all backed up in there, there's nowhere to back down. So, and I've had to back down. The parking issue, for me, I have made some calls, and I know that the school district can get an exemption not to have 60 parking spaces. It's gone down from 80. There's 25, because I counted them. It's never full. I vote every time I get to vote with privilege at Inlet View Elementary. I've had nieces and nephews in that school and friends in that school, and I go there for assemblies or whatever, and because I don't like to get my feet snowy or wet, I drive. I've never had any problem getting a parking spot. Maybe on a big assembly. One of the things that I wanted to bring to your attention is a lot of the people, including me, write, yes, I want the school, not where it is. So a lot of these things that, 41 agree and 18 don't, I don't know.
Thank you. Your time is up. If there's anyone that wishes for her to...
Can I have 5 minutes since I'm representing the Inlet View Condo Association, which is a whole block?
That was not disclosed.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
We can...
Want me to motion? Is that what it is?
I don't think so.
There was just...
Yeah. We'll add 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'll make it quick. One of the things that school has always been is a green space for the entire community. Right now, when I came here, there were 15 people out there playing. With that school in the middle, it cut the green space out. That school is really used by the entire Anchorage community. And with a school flat in the middle of it and pavement on the other side, it won't be used. It won't be user friendly. The other thing is that the 2-story building, coming down looking at it at 13th from the hill, it'll change our neighborhood into an industrial park atmosphere instead of a community school. And that's about, the other thing is, no one was contacted around that school until we received a postcard with the plans on it where the school would be. There was no input from anyone that lives around that school. And no matter how many times people tell you that there wasn't. There may be now, but it was all planned out before we got there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please make sure to state and spell your name. Thanks.
Just about to do that. My name is John Burnitz. It's John, the first name. The last name is Burnitz, Bernitz. I have some comments, but before I make my comments, I want to echo, I live 5 houses away from the school. I live on M Street, and I did not receive any effective notice of any of this till recently from a neighbor. So I never received any door hangers. I never received any notice that I was cognizant of. So I wanted to echo the last lady's observation that we were sort of surprised by this. I'm here because I wanted to, it seems to me that the reason, or one of the major reasons they're placing the building where they're placing it, is to avoid disturbing the students for 1 year. We went through this. My children actually went to Chugach. I've lived in that neighborhood for 25 years. And in Chugach was rebuilt. Are you familiar with the Chugach Optional School? It's just a couple blocks away. And there is a huge, and they're very active parents, amazingly active parents at Chugach, and there's a huge amount of dissension and controversy about whether when Chugach was being rebuilt, we had to locate to the base. People threatened to take their children other places. For my children who went there, it actually was a very positive thing. It increased their resilience. Instead of, they were able to see that they were able to survive and thrive in a different school. It gave them an adventure. There's more different opportunities at the new school than there at the school they went to for a year. So the idea that it's a negative thing for students to, that's automatically a negative thing for students to go to a different school for 1 year, I don't think that would bear out in any sociological study. It didn't in my one observation. And also, and also was a community thing. Although there was a lot of dissension, the community of Chugach, I think, really pulled together in order to get it. We had to go on base and we had to get our passes, and it was a whole I think, a community building thing. I know there's at least one other parent whose child did have a hard time, but that's not a given, and you shouldn't think of it as a given. And when you're looking at a 50-year building, which is, I think, the life of this building, versus 1 year for some students having a time where they can rise to the occasion or not, I think you should be in favor of putting the building in the right spot. All right, that's really what I had to say. I noticed that the petitioners, their 10 minutes actually was more like 30 minutes, but while they were talking, some other things occurred to me, so let me just take those off. In the parking, I think I'm glad she checked out that you get an exception to that. The assembly meets twice a year, I think, and so if they needed that parking for twice a year, they're more than willing, or I would be more than willing to let them park in front of my house for those twice a year if we get less parking spaces. The idea that you lose all this green space to make 2 or 3 assembly meetings a year to have enough parking for that doesn't make much sense. You should, and they're absolutely right, that is a community green space. Every night in the summer there's people playing basketball, there's people all over that stuff. We used to, play kites and other things. As far as the shadow, the same point.
That was your time limit.
All right, can I have 30 more seconds because they had 30 minutes?
Actually, she was a member of
No, I don't represent anyone except myself, but the school...
Unless someone here wishes to have you continue, your testimony's done. Somebody on the board.
On the board.
I motion that Mr.
Burnitz
gets an additional 60 seconds.
Well, we can finish the thought. Yeah.
Okay.
I can finish my thought.
All
right, thank you. And we're all here late at night. I appreciate the time limit, and I appreciate this is how communities are built, is by putting these meetings, so I appreciate that. Shadows, same thing. They have the kids playing in the sun during the recess, but kids play in that playground all the time, and if the building is shadowing the playground, that's going to be impacted at night and in the mornings. The flooding, our houses are basically boats. I really hope that whatever they're using to divert or treat the water every year, it happens every year, doesn't actually increase the flooding to my basement. Thank you.
Thank you. Please go ahead and state your name and spell it for the record. And if you're representing an association, a community council, an organization.
Good evening. My name is Lois Epstein, Lois-Epstein. Thank you for your service on the Urban Design Commission. I am an Alaska licensed engineer. I live near but not adjacent to Inlet View and was approached by those adjacent to the school to help review the proposed design because I have expertise in ground and surface water and transportation. I have a strong interest in Inlet View because I regularly walk through the schoolyard and I care about good design in my neighborhood. I know that you have received enormous amounts of written materials, some as late as today, and including some studies received very recently that I haven't been able to review. What you need to know as design experts is simple, however. First, Anchorage School District did not involve neighbors who were unconnected to students at the school until many months after ASD made the decision to build on the south side of the site. Second, once the decision was made to not relocate students during construction, that dictated a highly problematic site design which harms the neighborhood in multiple ways. Those harms include the main entrance to our neighborhood would become a giant and unnecessary parking lot with dirty snow piles. The neighborhood would have less usable green space than previously as noted by Commissioner Cox. There would be far more shattering of the grounds, meaning that ice and snow would remain much longer, so it doesn't only affect students when they recreate. New traffic problems would be created, and the east-west pedestrian path across the site would now cross a parking lot. I'd like to discuss the fourth approval criterion for the major site review, which states that, quote, "The development proposed in the site plan is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan," unquote. Among the inconsistencies with Anchorage 2020, the design is not consistent with Policy 44, Design and Build Public Improvements for Long-Term Use. The plan was developed first and foremost to address the near-term desires of ASD, Inlet View students, and their families, not long-term neighborhood needs. ASD made its school siting decision based on 1 or possibly 2 years of inconvenience rather than utilizing a 50-plus year perspective for the new school. This inconsistency alone should require ASD to redesign the school on the north side of the site for long-term use. The UDC should not accept such a poor design for this $30+ million investment. Our neighborhood wants high-quality design. Such a design would utilize the principles of northern design and would be sensitive to the neighborhood context. These parameters are contained in ASD's elementary school educational specifications, yet they were ignored by ASD as discussed in my written comments. Please do not approve this design and instead require ASD to develop a design on the north side of the grounds, which was found to be optimal in 1957 for reasons that still apply today. Finally, as for the number of comments provided to the UDC, numbers don't tell the whole story. Opponents submitted detailed comments. I submitted 19 pages myself, 7 of them plus 12 in attachments, whereas supporters generally provided very brief comment notes after being encouraged to do so. Thank you very much for your attention and for a thoughtful decision on this matter.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Yes, I have a question. Ms. Epstein, thank you so much for the opportunity for us to get to pick your brain out here in public. When it comes to what you were talking about, I tried to have a conversation with the petitioners as well, but can you fully elaborate on how this, how the pedestrian plans that they have impedes upon the neighborhood, so that we can have a better understanding? Because from the petitioner's point of view, they're saying that this is a well thought out plan. The kids will be indeed safe coming from home all the way to the school building, but could you elaborate a little bit more on it?
Sure. Part of the design involves students coming from the east across a parking lot to get to, and also to cross the drop-off and pickup lanes to get to the school. Also, the east-west path that we were assured was absolutely going to stay in place. It goes straight through the middle of the property. That now has to zigzag through the property. So that may not be a safety issue, but it's certainly a concern for those of us who basically have an amenity being taken away from us. And then finally, I think some of what you're concerned about has to do with Inlet Place, and what right now is the situation, we heard someone mention this, as dispersed drop-offs and pickups, they'd all be concentrated. They're all going onto the Inlet Place, which will absolutely increase the traffic, and some of the students coming from the east are going to be affected by that. That street was just redone a year ago by the Muni, very expensive. Sidewalks were replaced, and now we're finding that this new design, it may have to tear up some of that. And we have driveways right now that are going to be completely facing drop-off and pickup areas. So there's pedestrian safety and actually traffic safety issues, as well as new traffic problems. And when I calculated it, it was about 20 streets of traffic use that exit on, 20 streets of residences use that exit on 13th Avenue. And, you know, we're all going to be affected by concentrating the drop-offs and the pickups right on that street, which has a hill and a traffic light at the top.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have another question for you.
So I'm looking at the diagram, and maybe we can use those ones that are there, but to me, the sidewalk on the graphic that I have in front of me is on the interior side. So children would be able to use the sidewalk, and they would be walking on the other side of the vehicle proposed drop-off pickup pattern. So I'm seeing like oh, I see which portion you're concerned that they will walk through. It's got the little stub outs that they cross at, I'm assuming that's 13th?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, okay, I see where you're concerned that they'll cross through the parking lot. Okay.
Right, and as we've said, the parking lot is unnecessary. This is an old neighborhood, our streets are wide. We've, since 1957, had people park on the streets during assemblies, and many of us have been counting the number of cars every day for the past month or so, and there's always spots available. So, you know, the parking issue is a huge one for us because, as you can see, it would give us a lot more of our green space back if we didn't have those. And all we heard today is that ASD doesn't want to make any kind of waivers to the current code, and you know, that's a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name, spell it for the record. Let us know if you're here with an organization or just as a public member.
Oh, okay. My name's David Hansen. That's Hansen. And I'm formerly a wildland firefighter for the state of Alaska, but I just finished up my master's degree in architecture. I came back from a really long fire season in late October to find a proposal for a school next to where I grew up my entire life. I grew up on at 1352 Inlet Place. And as an architect, or a future architect, current architectural designer, and a wildland firefighter, I find the bait and switch that's been performed kind of horrifying. The 2020 bond language that I voted for and voted in favor of stated that Inlet View, the existing building, would be demolished and then rebuilt on the existing site. I took that to be on the north end of the site rather than the south. Coming back from that fire season, I was horrified to find that they're actually proposing to put it on the south end of the site, which, as an architect, rural designer, someone who's spent 4 years of their life studying this, completely disrupts the urban fabric of the neighborhood, and in part which makes this school so desirable. They're in expansion because they have a great program with a great principal, but also they have great community support. And one of those reasons why is this school provides an amenity to the neighborhood, and that amenity builds eyes on the street, and those eyes on the streets help maintain the quality and character of the school, which make it so desirable. So then to take what you have, which is a winning proposition, it survived many earthquakes with minimal damage, and then completely flip-flop it, and then to call it equivalent makes me feel like a crazy person, which I don't think I am. So as a firefighter, this seems like a plan that's pushed forward to get funding, and I'll tell you, from my time in Southern California and my time in the interior of Alaska, hastily put forward plans rarely work. Ones that are considered and actually effective are often more effective. And so with that, you're looking at a 1-year inconvenience for students. I think this is the driving factor why it's on the south end of the site, is because ASD doesn't want to bus students for a year. But I'll tell you what, this is a 50-year school, I would hope, environmentally speaking. And so those don't seem equivalent to have a 1-year inconvenience for a 50-year project. And I would really hope ASD takes this to heart and reconsiders placing the school on the existing site on the north end rather than pushing forward a not poorly, but hastily thought out plan of keeping the school in existence and then having it on the south end of the site. Also, big shout out to you all. This is a long night, a lot of hard work, and I really appreciate what you're doing, and I look forward to coming more of these in the future. So thank you.
Any questions for him? Okay. Oh,
Madam
Commissioner
President,
Cox?
just a comment. Congratulations on fighting fires. I appreciate you for doing that, and you'll be a great architect, I'm sure of it.
I hope so. Thank you.
Please state your name and spell it.
Good evening. My name is Pam Teshy. My late husband, Alan, served on the Assembly. I'm speaking tonight about history and context. Our family has lived in South Addition for 40 years. I currently live on G Street, but for 3 years we lived on 12th Avenue across the street from Inlet View School. Our daughter Mary attended Inlet View. Our family has often enjoyed the sunny open playground. We have visited friends who live across and adjacent to the school. We've walked there during school pickup, and I've always felt safe and unhampered by the current traffic pattern. I recall many years ago a Daily News article reporting the school district was considering shutting down Inlet View School because of declining numbers and a building in need of repair, and to use it for equipment storage and transport neighborhood kids to another school. Our son Freddie had just been born, and I remember thinking at the time when I was a new mother about all these new babies and toddlers getting up who will soon need a school. The district decided to keep the school, slap on some paint and upgrades, beef up the structure for safety, and bus in students whose school had transitioned to a magnet school. Inlet View soon bustled with students again. Fred turned 40 this year. I say this for context, to remind us that for at least 40 years, the district and community have been actively aware that Inlet View School has been in need of replacing. 40 years. This rebuild issue is not new. It's not a pop-up issue. The fixture should not be a rushed pop-up design that we will live with for the next 40 years. As an active neighbor, I share the following concerns. Our community's concern regarding visual impact seems to have been ignored. The building scale is incompatible with size and scale of the Inlet View neighborhood. The building location will adversely affect the use of adjacent property. The site design does not retain or add to the character of the Inlet View neighborhood. Staffing for safety is potentially costly and likely may not be consistently in place for small children in stairways and elevator. I'm thinking about bullying, but I cannot imagine small children being thrown down a staircase or stuck in an elevator during another 7.1. For 40 years, students, parents, staff, and volunteers have shared among each other our thoughts and ideas about what kind of school would function best. For 40 years, we have participated in patching the school together, improving it, funding new playgrounds, designing and constructing planter beds, advocating for safe fencing. Many of us are grandparents now, selling our homes to new young families moving in. The funding is on the April ballot, and these new parents may actually get a new school. We want them to have the beautiful and safe school. Slow it down, don't rush, take one more year, build a design that makes sense for the land and the neighborhood, pay attention to people who live there, play there, and have cared deeply for 40 years. Let us leave a legacy of a functional winter, city-appropriate, earthquake-safe new school for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for her? Thank you. Please
yeah.
state your name and spell it.
Hi there. My name's Deborah Hansen. Boy, this is really loud. They're not kidding. It's Hansen. I am representing Inlet View, Friends of Inlet View neighborhood. So may I have 5 minutes, please? Thank you. I've lived next to Inlet View School for 40 years. We have looked after Inlet View School all that time, including calling the police when there's bad activity going on, because we can see the whole schoolyard. When the bond passed, we thought AS&D would include design charrettes like they did for Chukash Optional and Denali Elementary. They didn't. We only found out about it in September when we got, because we live next to the school, the postcard, which, by the way, had the wrong Zoom information on it. So I only was able to get into the meeting because a friend of mine texted me the correct information. Well, it's true. The South Addition Community Council they were referring to of 100 people couldn't get into it because the capacity was 100 people. There's been a number of failures in communication. It's been very disappointing what's gone on. So because of that, our group got together and we got 107 people to sign a petition to the Anchorage School District within 1 week, I should mention, to say, please consider an option, not building the school on the south end, look at the north end. Unfortunately, the school district ignored that. We, however, felt because of Title 21, which protects urban design and considers such things as solar shadowing and northern design, that this wouldn't be a problem, that surely the school district and the architects would change their opinion. I cannot believe that anyone can stand here with a straight face and say, you put a two-story building on the south end of a lot and you'll get as much sun as you do with the current school, which is on a rise, one story, totally in the sun, even in the shortest day of the year. Right now, the trees, which are about 30 feet tall on the south end of the schoolyard, shade that all the way almost up to Inlet View on the shortest day of the year. I think we've taken pictures and sent them in to a whole variety of people to show that. Anyway, the school currently is on a rise. It's perfectly positioned to catch the sun and block the north wind. It's very visible to the neighborhood. As a matter of fact, when the school district was forced to open the building design committee meetings up to the public, the former gym teacher there, when asked about safety, said, well, the current school is in an excellent position to totally supervise because they can see the entire lot. Plopping a two-story building down with a lot of hiding places is not as safe. Currently, you've got a welcoming playground, you've got a green space for all, including the neighborhood. Other people have testified about that. The school district and the contractors have ignored immediate neighborhood input on the location, parking lot, and traffic plan. We've monitored the parking lot on a daily basis. There's rarely more than 27 cars, no matter what time of day you go by. I gave you detailed written testimony, I believe 18 pages, citing all the issues of Title 21 that approach this. If you look at the preponderance of the import of Title 21, it's not for a school located there. This is a 50-year project. $30 million is a lot of money. Please, please do the right thing. We really rely on you. You're the people who protect us against developers and against the bad decisions. We don't need a Walmart-like building down, plopped in the middle of this thing. We want a school we can be proud of. We, like Pam, fought against Inlet View being closed in the 80s, and we'd like to have it open. We'd like to have a great school there. No neighborhood should go through what we've gone through, and kids should not have to attend a poorly placed school. For example, what wasn't mentioned but was brought up in one of the meetings is the kindergarten playground will be shaded the entire day, partly from our trees because the playground is going to be right next to our house, and I don't think we should have to cut down our trees or our house so that the kindergartners get to play in the sunshine. Currently, if you look at the kindergarten playground on the east side of the school, it's not very well played in because it's only sunny for part of the day. Anyway, I hope you all do the right thing and look at the import of this urban design and look at plopping down a two-story, very tall building in the middle of very short houses. And just overall, this doesn't need to be an ego-driven building so that someone can go, there it is, but rather blend in as the current building does. Thank you. And by the way, thank you for doing this. I know it's not real exciting for you to sit here and hear about people complaining about it, but I hope you do the right thing.
Thank you. Are there questions?
I have a question. I think the developers have a shading study. Have you seen this shading study?
Yes, we have.
And did you see that the kindergarten playground proposed is in this corner? And that this shade never actually goes over?
Do you also realize that they did not include the shade from the south end of the property, which has 30-foot trees on it? And they did admit in one of the meetings that the playground would be in shade the entire day.
Would somebody from the school district like to address that statement? Are they allowed to do that?
Oh, we have a picture if you'd like to see where the kindergarten is right now. It's being shaded by our trees and our neighbors' trees. Oh, and by the way, the reason Inlet View doesn't have any shrubs is the school district cut them all down a few years ago.
You'll get to do it during the rebuttal, sorry.
Anyway, if you want to see this picture, I know the people on the phone can't see this picture very well because I've looked at these meetings and you can't see much. But this is complete shade. That's complete shade.
We do have one question for you.
Yes.
Are you the Deborah Hansen who said that you would be providing telephone testimony?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was able to come in person.
Thank you.
So, thanks.
Please state your name and spell it for the record. And if you are with an organization, PTA.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mitchell Cullum, and I would like 5 minutes, please. I am the South Addition Community Council elected Building Design Committee member that participated in the Building Design Committee for the Inlet View Elementary.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mitchell Cullum, M-I-T-C-H-E-L-L, last name C-U-L-L-O-M. First off, I would like to thank the commission members for their service on the UDC. I hope that your lack of affiliation with Anchorage School District or political motivation will allow you to take an objective look at the proposed design for the Inlet View Elementary School replacement. I am an adjacent neighbor to Inlet View Elementary School and also an Inlet View Building Design Committee member that was added by the South Addition Community Council during a record turnout October 2021 Community Council meeting. During this October meeting, a resolution was passed that asked for additional BDC members to be added that would represent concerns brought forward by nearby neighbors after ASD made their 35% plan presentation at the Community Council meeting a month earlier. The plan before you today has been developed to facilitate leaving the existing school in place and usable while the replacement is built, not because the south end of the lot is the superior build site. I would like to review some of the history of this project. Back in 2019, ASD laid out their plan to the South Addition Community Council about their decision for Inlet View's replacement. In short, it consisted of them temporarily housing students for 1 to 2 years off-site while the old school was torn down and the replacement was built in the same general location on the north half of the lot. The next step was April 2020 passage of the ASD bond that funded the design of Inlet View's replacement building. The exact wording of the bond read, quote, "Design funding to replace Inlet View Elementary School, including the demolition of the existing building and construction of a new school on the existing site," unquote. Merriam-Webster's definition of the word site in this instance reads, "A space of ground occupied or to be occupied by a building." Taking into account the reference of the existing building in the bond language, many Anchorage voters, including myself, interpreted this to mean, in plain terms, the new school would be located where the old school was located. The plan before you does not have the new school located on the existing site of the old school building, as defined by Merriam-Webster, nor is it what ASD sold the Community Council in 2019. You are going to hear this evening many legitimate concerns about this project, most of which can be resolved with the construction of the new school on the north half of the lot, utilizing existing intersections for the parking lot entrances and exits, and incorporation of a single-story design. There are many reasons that make the north end superior. That is why ASD built the original school on the north end in the 1950s. It should also be noted that there are 3 comparable urban elementary schools in Anchorage on small lots. This includes Denali, Fairview, and the existing Inlet View, and all have the buildings located on the north ends of their lots. I would like to read some from the September 2020 geotechnical report that was ordered for the project after the decision was made to build on the south half of the lot. Quote, "The project site is overlain by varying amounts of compressible peat that are not suitable for supporting a foundation," unquote. The original 2015 geotechnical report mentioned no peat back when it was presumed the school would be built on the north half of the lot. I hope that the commission members can see that the proposed plan is not the best plan for Inlet View's replacement, but rather a design that has been advanced to minimize inconvenience during construction, as opposed to designing the best school on the best location for the benefit of the next 50 to 60 years of students. I ask that you send the plan in front of you back to ASD and tell them, for the benefit of future students, effective use of taxpayer money, and compliance with the 2020 bond, put the school on the north end of the lot. I'm willing to take any questions.
Are there any questions?
I saw that you came with the iPad showing pictures. Do you have additional pictures to show us?
Yeah, there are shadowing pictures. Let me pull them up for you here, and I'll have to walk it around. But in particular, the shadowing that ASD had just stated here this evening, that there would be no shadowing on the playgrounds, is completely inaccurate, and I have depicted on here where the playground, this is the kindergarten playground, and where the new school location will be on the south half of the lot. I'll walk it around here. Are there any other questions I can answer?
I don't think so, sorry. Reading the board here. I think we're good, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time this evening.
Please state your name, spell it for the record, and let us know if you're here as a member of the public or an organization.
And please let me know if I'm using the mic properly. Okay, my name is Martin Hansen, M-A-R-T-I-N-H-A-N-S-E-N. I live on Inlet Place, actually right next to the school, and I commissioned from an architect a shadow study that I submitted earlier. I don't know, have you received it? If not, I have a copy here in color. And I would like to point out two things. One, you responded very favorably to my son, who was a wildland firefighter. I myself fought wildland fire for 2 years until he was born. And then the wife wouldn't be allowed to have any last-minute call-outs in the middle of the summer. Two, I've lived next to an Inlet View School since 1986. I coached YMCA soccer there. It's a great place to play soccer. There are very few in Anchorage. And if you build the school here the way the school district proposes, you won't be playing it there either. Okay. Where Inlet View School is currently, it does follow the principles of Northern design concepts. It maximizes sunlight on the schoolyard, and it blocks the north wind. We all know the north wind is our cold wind. Well, if you put the school at the south end, as proposed by the school district, there goes that windbreak. The kids are going to be playing in the dark, and they're going to be cold. And this has been mentioned, but my shadow study did not show the shadows on the kindergarten schoolyard, school play area, but it's going to be there. And the building that they are proposing to build is the tallest building in the neighborhood. It's bulkiest building in the neighborhood, and it's completely inappropriate for the surroundings of the buildings. Further, we've talked about the parking lot. The school district proposes to make all of its traffic problems on Inlet Place, therefore only offending one set of neighbors rather than spreading it out, which is totally unnecessary because the way they do the drop-off and pickup works well. I'm a kindergarten teacher's aide at Willowa School, and 3 days a week, so I want you to know that I care about kids. I'm not doing this just because I think it's bad for my neighborhood. I think this is bad for children, and I hope that you will do something to make it work for them. And what that means is ask the school district to put the school where it belongs, at the north end of their property, where it survived the 1964 earthquake and the 2019 earthquake. And we don't know what will happen if there's an earthquake at the south end.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
I see you had a lot of notes. Is there anything that you wanted to have expressed aside from just your shadow study?
Pardon me?
Is there anything that you wanted to express to us as a commission in your notes besides the shadow study color copies that you have?
What I would really like is that you ask the school district.
Speak into the mic.
Oh, please ask the school district to make the whole layout follow the principles of northern design. Mr. Barrell was very eloquent about how his building follows principles of northern design, but this whole schoolyard does not. It violates it terribly. You know, the kids are in school, 172 days out of the year. The rest of the time, this schoolyard belongs to all of Anchorage, and it should be treated as a public asset, and I'm hoping that you will encourage that. Would you like the paper copies?
I'll take one. Do I pick it up, or do you want to do it?
Yes, please bring them forward to the secretary here, Ms. Blake.
Okay. I'm sorry, I just brought one set because I thought you would all get a packet of them when I sent them in.
That's what we're checking. We have received packets with all the comments, and so we were looking to see if...
Well, this set's in color, which is nicer. And by the way, thank all of you. I know this is a lot of work.
Thank you.
I did see those.
Okay, you did?
Yeah, they're in here.
We did see them.
For record, it's on page 139 of the staff packet.
Thank you. Hi. Could you please state and spell your name for the record and let me know if you are a part of an organization or just a public member?
Sure. My name is Michael Fredericks, Michaelfrederiks, and I am a mother from Inlet View School, and I was a school child there many years ago. I also have the great fortune to run a design firm that's associated with the design of this, doing the interior design. So I'm very wonderfully familiar with the project. I really aggressively actually pursued Paul to be on the design team just because Inlet View had such an impact to me as a child, and my child is there now, so I wanted to be part of the whole process. So I just want to talk in favor of the school and the design. You know, my family has lived in the area for 45 years, and I used to walk to school, and I walk my son to school and pick him up from school now. And the pedestrian flow and traffic at school time is really complex and hard, and there's a lot of pedestrian and car interaction for kids. So I think that this really solves that. I had the great fortune to sit in on 2 meetings. The second one I facilitated, and we looked at 8 sites, 8 site plans, and exhaustively talked about the pros and cons of every one of them. And they included sites where the existing school is all the way to where the school is sited now. And there was a lot of talk about safety. There was a lot of talk about going into the classrooms and connections from the gym to the playground. So all those things are also happening in addition to some shadows. So I wanted to just pull that up to the top. There's a lot of support from the children in the school now and from the parents in the school. So I just wanted to pull that forward. And just to say, you know, we're all excited for the school, and I think that it has been really well designed, not just because I'm on the design team, but because I've watched the process, and it's been a long and arduous process that has included a lot of, you know, input and things, and I do think that it follows the regulations and codes of the
Okay,
municipality.
hi, I'm sorry. You approached us as though you were a member of the public as a mother, but you're on the design team?
Well, I said that in the beginning. I'm on the interior side of the design team.
So you're on the actual design team that's built the architecture. You're part of the petitioner.
I'm on not myself, I'm not on the project. I'm on my firm is doing the interior design of the project.
Yeah, that's So I guess we're done? How do we handle that?
Well, I mean, and I'm done
yeah,
anyways, but...
this will affect their rebuttal time because it will have to be used as part of their
Rebuttal.
presentation time.
Okay.
She's on the interior design team.
I'm just yeah.
You just said you were on the design team.
Well, my firm is on the design team. Okay. Okay, but that's fine as long as, I mean...
Okay, hold on just one sec. Okay, thank you. We had to discuss that momentarily. So to be clear, if you are, because you're working for the firm and you are part of that design team, you've seen what's happened, you are apparently part of the petitioner. And so we could in fact reduce their time by the time that you have spoken this evening. It is a conflict of interest. Your firm gains to benefit from this project, so we have to terminate your public testimony. Thank you, though.
Okay, thank you.
And we will not be taking time from your rebuttal. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak? Please state your name, spell it for the record, and let me know if you are with a firm for the design, if you are an organization, or if you are just a public member.
Hi, my name is M. Elise Huggins, Huggins. I am just here on my own.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners, for considering this case. I am sorry that we are here. I don't think we have to be here having this debate. I have been a designer for the Anchorage School District for 40 years. I have done their site plans. I have worked on more school facilities than anyone in this room, doing mostly site planning and landscape architecture. A lot of my sites have been award-winning. The school district has given my firm what it is. It's made us what we are today, good designers, good planners. We work on so many schools. We understand circulation patterns. We understand what the students are doing. But to go forward quickly, I'm really concerned with staff review. They've missed a lot. They've cherry-picked a lot of information. For example, on the natural resources, they actually eliminate the word open space as a criteria for natural resource protection. Open space is an important natural resource. Being downtown does not mean we do not have natural resources. To say that they're not impacted at this school site's a fallacy. To answer Ms. Cash, 80%, but possibly 90% of the trees are going to be removed on the site. I've looked at the civil plans. I've compared the civil plans to what's happening on the site. We're not saving trees on that site. We might save a small clump of them in, and I do appreciate the attempt to save them, but the design doesn't allow saving those trees. A lot of the petition you'll read talks about minimum design. We meet the minimum design standards of the municipality. That's not what public facilities are about. They're not about meeting minimum design standards. They're about making buildings that serve the community, that serve the neighborhood, that serve the whole of Anchorage. They're about making facilities that make us proud. School districts, other public facilities should be stepping up, being a better than the developer. And that's part of the problem with staff review. Staff review has looked at this as a developer, not as a public facility.
Chugach optional, Denali Elementary School, Fairview Elementary School, Chugach optional has 20% above the minimum requirements. Denali Elementary School has 40 to 50% above the minimum requirements. Fairview Elementary School has 50% above the minimum requirements. These were mandated by the UDC. These were schools that were reviewed by the UDC. Some had to come back to you a second time because they were insufficient in their design. I have a list of conditions I would like to share with you that I would wish that you would consider. But I think the important thing here is to know this school's going to be around for 50 or 60 years. Let's do it right. Let's make this a facility that makes the children, the parents, the teachers, everyone happy for 50 more years.
Thank you for that testimony. Is there any questions for the petition, or for Ms. Higgins?
Ms. Higgins, thank you for your years of expertise, it sounds like. You said you had a list of conditions, and I would like to hear them.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. If I were to have a list of conditions, and this assumes that the school's maybe not in the ideal location, but I would wonder why we can't shift, or my condition would be shift the building to the west to improve a lot of the inadequacies of the site design. They mentioned that there's a utility easement there. Well, what is the cost of vacating that utility easement? What kind of utilities are there? Is it beneficial to vacate that utility easement and put the school in a better location? Even a slight shift to the north and to the west is beneficial to the south property owners. Decorative fence. The fencing that the school district is providing is a chain link fence. This is not appropriate for this neighborhood. Fairview Elementary School, Denali Elementary School, Chugach optional all have higher quality fences. Habitat. We are downtown. We don't have a lot of natural resources. I am appalled that we're thinking of putting a 3-foot high berm on the south property line, a berm that's going to trap water and not allow natural elements to occur. What we should be considering along that whole south property line is a habitat garden. There should be a huge area that allows water to come in from the site. The site all drains to the south. We should be using that area to retain water, and we should be using vegetation to take that water and use it in a natural way. Let's see. When you have a parking lot and you have to put a barrier in it, like a low fence or a barrier, then you don't have a parking lot that's correctly designed. If you need a barrier to guide pedestrians and to corral them, something's wrong with the parking lot. In a lot of our sites that we've redesigned and remaster planned of old school sites, we have redesigned parking lots over and over again because they don't direct people safely. People should not be walking through cars or avoiding barriers to get to the front entry of the school. The parking lot simply does not work the way it's designed. You have to walk through cars. There was a discussion of safety, and if you look at it, there are 7 additional points of safety where cars interact with students or pedestrians going to the site. 7 additional sites where the car interacts with a pedestrian, exceeding what that interaction is today. Foundation plantings, this is just absurd. The school is in a plot of grass. The only foundation plantings we have are plants that really should be located on the perimeter of the landscaping where it should be. The idea that we don't meet CPTED, so it's crime prevention through environmental design, is absurd. As landscape architects, we understand that vegetation comes in all shapes and sizes, and we easily can design vegetation that is low and vegetation that is high that opens all views. If we were truly concerned with CTPED, we would be concerned with the 9-foot drainage swale that's going behind the building to take snow and to take drainage and to treat drainage. I would like to see increased landscaping around the school perimeter. I think the other schools I've mentioned, and there are other schools in the district that do have increased landscaping. I think we can meet neighborhood needs and open up views and do things and make things nice. To me, the school right now doesn't have enough perimeter trees. Partly, it gets by because it has such wonderful, magnificent existing trees that are 60 plus years old. I think as a condition, if I could write a condition, I would say go back to the drawing board, invite the neighbors,
to do a design charrette or two, and let's get everybody on the same page. It shouldn't be this way. We shouldn't be arguing like this. The neighbors, the design committee, we should all be supporting the way the school is designed. That's what happened at Denali Elementary School. The school district had to go back to the neighborhood, the neighbors, the teachers, everyone met in a couple of design charrettes, and in the end, the school moved to where it wanted to be at Denali Elementary School. The kids were bused indeed, but the neighbors and the people who brought their kids to school understood the need for that busing and accepted it at the end. It was a process that worked. It was an amazing process. And then lastly, no one has said anything about snowmelt systems. This is a northern location, and we really should consider snowmelt systems as part of the design of the building and the grounds. So maybe I missed that, but really as a condition of approval, there should be a nice snowmelt system so that we have a small site, there's not a lot of place to put snow, we know there's going to be icing problems, we haven't designed the building maybe as in a way that the sun is going to melt a lot of things. A snowmelt system is essential for that site. Thank you very much for letting me have a little extra time.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for her? Seeing none, is there anyone else here who wishes to testify? If there's no one else here, I do believe we have some that we need to call. Who calls? Oh, Paul. Okay.
This is Zach.
Zach, this is the Urban Design Commission calling for public testimony on case 2022-0024. Are you testifying as an individual or representing a group?
Yes, I'm testifying as myself.
Alrighty, you have 3 minutes to testify. Please state your full name for the record and you can begin.
Thanks. My name is Zach Fields. I represent this neighborhood and the state legislature and have been involved with bringing this project to fruition both when the design funding was in danger 2 years ago and when the construction funding was in danger this year. First, I want to talk about process. There has been extensive and, in fact, unprecedented community engagement by the school district with neighbors. That included many South Addition residents who are also parents on the building design committee. In addition to that, following input from the community council, the school district added 3 additional neighbors to the building design committee. I want to address safety. This new building will be safer because it will be built to modern seismic standards. There is no evidence that any part of the lot is more or less safe in terms of seismic issues, but a new building built to modern standards will most certainly be safer. It will also be safer in terms of gun safety. The current building doesn't have a safe entry vestibule. I want to address some design issues you've heard about. A south side location minimizes overall shadows on neighbors. It's important to understand that if we built this school large enough to house students who actually live in the school zone and put that school on the north side of the lot, you would be directly shadowing many residents who live on 12th Avenue. Now maybe that would be a worthwhile trade-off, but I think it's entirely reasonable for the district to put the school on the south side of the lot. And I think the UDC should recognize that that actually minimizes shadowing directly on neighbors. It is also important to note that this design, by adding a traffic pull-through on the Inlet Place side, reduces traffic going through the neighborhood on 12th and on N for neighbors who may be driving or for parents of students who are outside the immediate district who are driving from points east. Right now, it's fairly illogical that parents driving from points east have to cross through the neighborhood, largely on 12th Avenue, to access a west side drop-off. So by having an east side drop-off, you do reduce overall traffic flowing through the neighborhood. Most neighbors support that. There are some on Inlet Place who do not. I think it's important to note that the district is not placing the building on the south side of the lot merely to avoid busing students. You also have opportunity costs in terms of relocation and portable classrooms. If the school district wanted to demo the existing building and rebuild on the north side of the lot, you would have relocation costs, whether those were putting portables on the south side of the lot or busing students. With a finite amount of money on the bond, having less money go into the ultimate building that students will use means less value for students over the life of the project. So I think there are good arguments for a building on the north side or a building on the south side of the lot, but a building on the south side of the lot is currently before you is eminently defensible and does in fact maximize investment in the building itself rather than squandering investment on short-term relocation costs. I also want to note the design has been very thoughtful in terms of taking advantage of light as the sun goes across the horizon.
Thank you,
Scale.
Mr. Fields. I think your time has expired.
If I could ask for a member to permit me to speak a little further, I would appreciate it. Because there are design issues that come to testimony that I think I should talk about.
Hey, you have an additional, finish your thought, please.
Okay, thank you. It's important to note when we're talking about scale, Inlet View has portable classrooms on site right now. The school is insufficiently sized. So for those who argue we should keep a single-story school that is too small, they are arguing for putting students in inadequate classrooms, and because a boundary line study is forthcoming by the entire Anchorage School District, if Inlet View is not built to a proper size, you will be cutting some of our existing neighborhoods out of the Inlet View zone. If you were to do that, if you were to cut out perimeter neighborhoods, you would be making Inlet View more of a wealthy white enclave, which is not acceptable from a civil rights and equity perspective. It is imperative that the school be built to its proper size to maintain the maximum diversity for students. I think I'll just close by noting the design of this school has largely been driven by parents, students, administrators, including people who live in South Addition. And there are people who have aesthetic disagreements with the location of the school, with certain exterior design elements, but we have to remember this school is designed for kids to have the best and safest learning environment. And I think when you look at the process, it's been an inclusive process, and it does in fact focus on the student. That is appropriate, and it should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that sums up your thought. We do appreciate your testimony. Are there any other questions? Okay, moving to the next call.
This is Amanda.
Amanda, this is the Urban Design Commission calling for public testimony on case 2022-0024. Are you testifying as an individual or representing a group?
I'm testifying as an individual.
Alrighty, you will have 3 minutes to provide your testimony. Please state your full name for the record and you can begin.
Amanda Compton. Dear members of the Urban Design Commission, I'm speaking to you tonight because you have the ability, authority, and obligation to promote excellent project design in one of our nation's best cities. In short, you're responsible for keeping Anchorage looking and functioning well. With that objective, I trust there's no way for you to endorse the proposed design for the Inlet View Elementary School. I wrote letters to the editor and an op-ed to the ADN and delivered numerous testimonies to the Anchorage School District, Anchorage School Board, as well as the Assembly, all because this project is not an excellent design. It pushes the school along the southern boundary of its property. What else is over there? Private residences. What isn't? Any buffer. Show me a school that is shoved against people's homes with no street, no buffer of any kind like this proposal does. Denali, Chugach, Fairview, and where Inlet View currently sits, they all have a street buffer between the school and residences. It is a simple concept. A 2-story building with 24-hour lighting right against people's bedrooms? This is just antagonism. Section 21.07.060 of the Title 21 Development and Design Standards addresses transportation and connectivity. Item C requires a traffic impact mitigation. I grew up in this neighborhood on 12th and P Street and have spent the last 4 decades traveling in and out of it. L and I streets are major thoroughfares for commuters coming in and out of downtown. They're 1 and 2 blocks away from the school, connected by 13th Avenue, which is the very street off which the proposed parking for this new build will be. Despite what the mitigation study may have suggested, there is simply not enough room between the proposed parking drop-off pickup area and these busy streets to prevent major commuter disruption. So when Joe from a neighborhood on Jewel Lake commutes to the BP building and can't get through the light at 13th in time for work, that's because of the South Side design. And there will be thousands of Joes. You can never accurately gauge the effects of a new structure and new traffic design, so why take the risk? The infrastructure is already in place to promote a fully rebuilt school without requiring commuters to find another route to and from their jobs. Traffic patterns around school hours have adapted to the current school position and drop-off pickup areas for decades. One of the 8 designs presented to the Building and Design Committee was a new school on the north side that would not result in busing kids. This site is adjacent east of where the school is now. It was just less palatable as it includes temporary portable units. Units that may have to be installed anyhow when something breaks in the school next year while it's full of students. Please support the most reasonable decision, the one that won't bitterly divide this community and create a subpar environment for the children. Endorse a full rebuild of Inlet View Elementary on the best location of the property, the north side.
Thank
you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Okay, next.
This is Mark.
Mark, this is the Urban Design Commission calling for public testimony on case 2022-024. Are you testifying as an individual or representing a group?
I'm testifying as an individual. Thank you.
Alrighty, you have 3 minutes to testify. Please state your full name for the record and you can begin.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mark Hansen. That's Hansen. I grew up on 1352 Inlet Place, which is right on the edge of this current school ground. As I just said, I'm not with a design firm. I'm not with an organization. I'm just concerned with the current design. I'm testifying against the new school redesign because this design works against the goals of Title 21 and the needs of not just the local community, but I think the larger Anchorage community. Title 21 was developed to make Anchorage an attractive and livable city. The preponderance of Title 21 addresses issues like building shading, importance of solar exposure, views, open space. It encourages people to walk and enjoy the outdoors. This proposed school design, as we have heard, stakes the school on the south side of the lot. This is going to cause the building to shade the lot during the day. It's the only school in South Addition that's placed on the south side of the lot, so close to homes. Other schools and recent redesigns, such as Shoegate Optional, which you've also heard about, kept the building on the north side to maximize solar exposure for the schoolyard itself. And we've also heard this testimony. Contrary to the statement today, the architect did indicate that the kindergarten playground will be in shade during the day. During the winter, that shade's going to make the playground cold. That's just obvious. It's going to be cold for kids outside when they're playing outside of school hours. Kids play there all the time, not just during recess. And the snow on that south side, because it's shaded by neighboring trees, is the last to melt in spring. It's a cold spot. Furthermore, even though this is supposed to be a neighborhood school, this current plan calls for these 2 large parking lots and this loading dock. I don't think the school is going to match the neighborhood. These parking lots are going to drain right into the busy street that exits the neighborhood. We've heard a lot of testimony about how Inlet View is busy and icy and cars slip down the hill. That's a real problem. And if you add a bunch of extra cars, that's going to be bad. I think as the purpose for Title 21 directs, please keep the school on the north side of the lot. Maximize the green space. Keep the schoolyard from being cut in half by the school. This will increase solar exposure and reduce shading. And I think that will keep this large schoolyard available for students and the community year-round, not just during recess. That will keep the playground warmer, encourage people to walk by providing a direct path through the schoolyard. It will encourage people to access the open spaces of Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No questions.
Hello? Is this Tina?
Yes, it is.
Tina, this is the Urban Design Commission calling for public testimony on case 2022-0024. Are you testifying as an individual or representing a group?
No, I'm testifying as an individual.
All righty, you have 3 minutes to testify. Please state your full name for the record and you can begin.
Thank you. Thank you to the Commission and all of those attending for listening to the public comments. My name is Tina Thompson. Last name is spelled Tomsen. We know that Inlet View Elementary is old and it needs a redo. Voters in 2020 approved a bond to redo the school on the existing site. But that approved bond has turned into a plan to replace the school with a two-story structure located in the middle of the south half of the lot with parking and driving footprints that nearly double the building footprint. For the majority of the school year, the shadow from the building that is now proposed would shade much of the playground. While the diagrams of the sun's impact start with the summer solstice, the sun shadow between autumn and the spring equinoxes are, of course, the most important ones and show impressive shadowing of the playground areas. This would expose the playground on three sides to residential streets, and to play in the sun, children would naturally move away from the building and toward the streets. One of our children attended Chugach Elementary during the year that it underwent a comprehensive upgrade on its original site. This required relocating the entire school and busing the children to the empty John Kennedy Elementary School building that was on J-Bear. It still is there and it's still empty. Sure, that was a hassle, but it was not traumatic. And on return to the improved Chugach, which still had a sunny playground because the building was still sited on the north side of its lot, it was very much worth it. The architects and the school district worked very well together to make that happen. During my career as a physician, I watched obesity rates soar both among adults and children in our nation and in our community. Type 2 diabetes was once called adult onset diabetes, but it is increasingly seen in children as young as 10 years old, largely related to obesity. The built environment plays a significant role in promoting or limiting the activity options of children. Despite our, quote, safe routes to schools, unquote, program and a municipal logo of, quote, live, work, play, unquote, we don't walk the talk. It is critical that any construction, particularly where children are involved, not further limit their options to play and move. Citing this building with significant shade on the playground for the majority of the school year, as well as prioritizing vehicular traffic and surface parking, is, in my opinion, irresponsible and unconscionable. This project is at the stage where listening to these inputs can make a difference in the lives of the children who will go to school there for many decades. I strongly urge relocating the children for the year and siting the construction on the north side of the lot where it has been, where it belongs, and where the public voted to bond for the upgrade. As well, reduce the footprint on the lot of all the vehicular traffic areas that reduce the size of the playground spaces. Thank you for the chance to comment.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the caller? May we take a 5-minute recess? Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about that. We will continue with our phone testimony.
Hello, this is Danny.
Is this Danny?
Yes.
Danny, this is the Urban Design Commission calling for public testimony on case 2022-0024. Are you testifying as an individual or representing a group? Hello? Danny, are you there? Try again.
Hi. Hey, please leave a message at the tone. Thanks.
Alrighty, we'll come back. We'll come back. Can we come back to him? Yeah.
Hi, you've reached Petra at Wilmwork. Leave a message.
Next.
Hello?
Is this Kristen?
Yes, it is.
Kristen, this is the Urban Design Commission calling for public testimony on case 2022-0024. Are you testifying as an individual or representing a group?
As an individual.
Alrighty, you have 3 minutes to testify. Please state your full name for the record and you can begin.
Thank you. My name is Kristen Ramstad, R-A-M-S-T-A-D. I am a lifelong, which is 50-plus year resident of South Addition and neighbor of Inlet View Elementary. I was born and raised within a block of the school and raised my daughter half a block from the school on M Court, just at 12th and M Court. I attended Inlet View, like I said, and I just wanted to let you know that I support this design. I am honored to have been on the Building Design Committee. I was invited when my daughter was in 5th grade. I can tell you the process, it was long. We looked at 8 different designs situated all over the lot with input from students and teachers and the administration and parents. What I appreciate about the design that we compromised and settled on was that, in my opinion, it improves the pedestrian and access and biking access to Inlet View, the neighborhood access to Inlet View. I can tell you, after having taken a kindergarten through 3rd grader across 12th Avenue, when parents are dropping off kids and the school bus is coming, it's quite dangerous. I can tell you, as driving out of the neighborhood, that kids are darting across the streets. It's very unsafe, so I appreciate trying to limit the access to Inlet Place. I do want to state that my neighbor, Kelly Merritt, talked about the icy hill on 13th. The only way to get out of the neighborhood is up a hill, and that slight incline, the 10-foot icy hill, is much better than the 2 other ways out of the neighborhood, up N Street, which is probably about a 30-foot gain in half a block, and up 12th, which is also another 30 feet. So I do appreciate, there was lots of conversations, and I just wanted to say that I support this design. Thank you.
Questions? No. Okay, thank you.
Hello?
Is this Sharon?
Yes.
Sharon, this is the Urban Design Commission calling for public testimony on case 2022-0024. Are you testifying as an individual or representing a group?
I am testifying as an individual.
All righty, you will have 3 minutes to testify. Please state your full name for the record and you can begin.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sharon Meacham. I am a retired Anchorage School District principal and was a late appointee to the Inlet View Building Design Committee. After studying the adopted Inlet View replacement plan, I realized that the proposal does not meet the Anchorage Bowl 2020 Comprehensive Plan in Chapter 5, Policy 42, specifically dealing with northern climate and winter city shadowing standards. Additionally, I have concerns centering around the health, safety, and the educational outcomes of the Inlet View students who will remain in place for a year or so during the construction. And I right now strongly encourage you to send the plan back to the school district for reconsideration. As you know, ASD produced shadow studies that did not incorporate issues like the 30-foot trees that align the perimeter fencing on the south side of the site. These trees cause considerable shading, as you've heard before. Additionally, the proposed two-story building creates its own shading issues. Another outside shadow study, as you heard, challenges the ASD results by showing considerable shading on all play areas during all or parts of the year, especially during those darkest months. ASD admitted in a meeting that the kindergarten play yard that's located on the southeast corner will receive no direct sun. Knowingly placing a play yard in a shaded area is totally outside the Winter City design concepts, and it's really important that we get to the bottom of the shading issues, as ASD's information is either inadequate or incorrect. The main rationale that has been expressed for the south side location was to keep the students in the existing building during construction. This building is plagued with serious and recurrent sewer and sometimes even raw sewage events that affect students both inside and outside the school building. Given all that, I have the following questions. Why allow the Anchorage School District to proceed with a building proposal that clearly does not embrace the intent of the Winter City design standards? Why allow a new school to be built that provides a shaded kindergarten playground? And why keep Inlet View students in an often unhealthy environment plagued with chronic sewer or sewage problems? It's important that to the current and future residents of Anchorage and the South Addition that the new Inlet View school be fiscally well managed, but also reflect the current policies of the future design of the northern city's concepts. This can be accomplished by requiring ASD to move the proposed school to the north side of the site, thereby giving students and the public at large, both now and in the future, a building that affords the best access to the most natural light while using their playfields.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello?
Is this Tom?
Yes, it is.
Tom, this is the Urban Design Commission calling for public testimony on case 2022-0024. Are you testifying as an individual or representing a group?
No, I'm testifying as an individual for
Alrighty,
myself and my wife.
you have 3 minutes to testify. Please state your full name for the record and you can begin.
Yeah, my name is Tom Keene, and my wife is Piruza Hataria, and it's Keane for me, and Peerooza for my wife. We've lived at 1413 M Street, which is 3 houses from the south end of the playground,
of Inlet View School for the past 41 years. And frankly, I think the Anchorage School District blew it on the design process for this project. Although the design committee made up mostly of teachers and parents worked in good faith, ASD violated the open meetings provision and kept the residents of the neighborhood blind to the design for 8 months until the design was 65% complete. Essentially what that meant was the design was to pick out the color of the trim and design the lockers. They had no adjacent neighbors on the committee until the last meeting, or maybe the last 2 meetings. The design was flawed from the beginning. The design bond stated that to build a school on the existing site and demo the old building. I don't think it was ever contemplated that meant to turn the plan totally upside down, place a new 2-story building on the south side of the lot, and leaving the playground on the north end in shade, and move the pickup and drop-off on Inlet Place when it had been on N Street. I believe, along with most of my neighbors, that the Inlet View Elementary School needs to be replaced, but it is clear that the main driver of this plan to build the new building on the south end of the site was 100% driven by an attempt to keep the students and teachers in the existing building and therefore not have to bus the students to another site. What would be a small inconvenience for 1 year should not dictate a design for a building that has a 60-year lifespan. Having the pickup and drop-off on Inlet Place is a disaster in the making. Inlet Place is a newly narrowed one-way street that is the main egress for the majority of the South Addition residents, the Westchester Lagoon and Coastal Trail visitors. Over the past 41 years, I've likely driven through Inlet Place and exited on 13th Street many thousands of times in all kinds of weather and all times of the day. There's only one way to go, and the person that said that it gets slippery and you have to back down, I just can't tell you what a mess that's going to be. Whereas on N Street, exiting the neighborhood or exiting the school where the pickup and drop-off has multiple ways of egress. Inlet View Elementary School is not just an elementary school for the South Addition, it's also like a park for the neighborhood when the school is not in session. The large, sunny, mostly flat, grassy playground area is a jewel that should be maintained and not destroyed.
Thank you.
Thank
you for your testimony, sir. I'm sorry, your 3 minutes. I appreciate the...
Okay.
Thank you.
I was almost done.
Awesome. Thank you. Any questions?
Hello, this is
Ashley, this is the Urban Design Commission calling for public testimony on case 2022-0024. Are you testifying as an individual or representing a group?
an individual.
Alrighty, you will have 3 minutes to testify. Please state your full name for the record and you can begin.
Okay. My name is Ashley List, and I'm testifying in support of the new Inlet View school design. I lived in South Addition for 15 years. I have 3 kids that are current Inlet View students, even though we recently moved over the border of the school zone. We kept them there because it's a great place to be going to school. And I like the 2-story design because it leaves green space and room for future expansion if it's needed 10 or 20 years from now. The location on the building on the south end helps keep the shading on the school property instead of shading the nearby houses. And I like that the design gives enough space for car pickup and drop off on the property instead of on the neighborhood streets. A lot of people don't realize that the school district doesn't supply buses if you live within 1.5 miles of the school. And even though we live 5 blocks from the school, we often drove because we didn't trust little kids to be crossing 15th and I Street and L Street. And logistically, a lot of parents have to go straight to work from school drop-off. So
I think that queuing area is really important. And solve those drainage problems on the south. That keeps all the amenities that make it such a great spot for the neighborhood, like the hockey rink and green space and playground. I know I played hockey and hung out in the field there for years before ever having kids, so it's a great neighborhood spot that'll keep those good things for the neighborhood. We'll still have a good connection from N Street up to 13th for walking up through the city market. And I think the only opposition I've heard has been mostly from the houses that are directly abutting the school. But I think the thing to remember is that it's a public school property, and so it really needs to meet that school purpose as a priority. And even though those houses have benefited from the green space buffer for a lot of years, it really is a school. It's not a park. It's not a buffer. And the design's height is still within the limits of what new residential construction is at 30 feet. And those houses will still have the unconstructed platted road there as a buffer. And the distance of the school to those houses will still be like at least the width of the average city residential lot. So even though the school will be closer to those houses, I think that all in all, the new design meets the purposes of the school property and will best serve thousands and thousands of students. It really is a school that needs to be replaced with the leaking roof and classrooms that don't stay warm and sewage problems. It's definitely time for replacement, and I think this design will really meet the needs of the school while still being a good neighbor to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No questions. Thank you.
Hello, this is Bonnie.
Is this Bonnie?
Yes, this is Bonnie.
Bonnie, this is the Urban Design Commission calling for public testimony on case 2022-0024. Are you testifying as an individual or representing a group?
I'm on the Building Design Committee, so I'll testify as a group.
Alrighty, you have 5 minutes to testify. Please state your full name for the record and you can begin.
Okay. Thank you for your time. My name is Bonnie Dearmon, D-E-A-R-M-O-U-N. I'm testifying in favor of the new design. I live on N Street, and I have lived in South Addition for 35 years. I attended Inlet View myself, and now my 8-year-old and my 10-year-old son walk to the school year-round. I've been working at the school as a substitute teacher. I am a member of the Building Design Committee because I was worried about pedestrian safety. Inlet View is lucky enough to have a staff and neighborhood that spent countless hours designing the school that serves the students as well as the community and pedestrians as a whole. We were lucky enough to have our neighbors, our classroom teachers, students, and parents involved when we chose the site placement. It was not based on convenient or the short term. It was based on what would serve our students for the next 50 to 80 years. We developed a site-specific design. The committee spent multiple meetings looking at site placement. We used a list of pros and cons. Our decision to place the school in a new location is based on safety. It's based on best teaching practices, light, optimal green space, principles of the Northern Design, and Title 21. We worked to maximize the safety, the beauty, and the usefulness of this school. We spent hours and hours and hours discussing safety, optimal classroom site, and light. We altered our playground placement to allow for maximum sunlight. We altered the building height based on input from the community, and we tried reduced parking based on the input from the community. This was teamwork. This design took months and months and months of planning. Trust me, this was not rushed. This was done with so much input from a very large and competent building team, from teachers, parents, students, and neighbors. You heard tonight from our community. Imagine how much input we received at every meeting. I have never met so many neighbors. In October, the South Addition Community Council overwhelmingly approved a resolution of approval for the Inlet View Elementary School replacement. Through community council meetings, design charrettes, building design meetings, and a special Saturday community meeting, which a team of volunteers pamphleted the entire neighborhood to notify homeowners of, Envision and ASD verbally addressed each question or comment. Next, they wrote these comments down and answered the questions in depth. All of these answers, studies, pictures, drawings, and reports can be found in a website, very easily available to the public. This was an in-depth community-wide discussion. As you have heard tonight, we need to be respectful of the Anchorage taxpayers' money, and building a new school is the most fiscally responsible plan with the best long-term outcomes for our students and our community. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Are there any, we have a question for you.
She hung up.
Oh, she did? Oh.
Would you like me to call her back? Already.
Hello, this is Danny.
Danny, this is the Urban Design Commission calling for public testimony on case 2022-0024. Are you testifying as an individual or representing a group?
As an individual.
All righty, you will have 3 minutes to testify. Please state your full name for the record and you can begin.
Okay, thanks. My name is Danny Consenstein. I'll spell the last name for the record. It's Consenstein. And I am testifying in strong support of the current design because of its benefits to the neighbors and to the students and staff of Inlet View. I am a 20-year resident of South Addition, and I also am a parent of an Inlet View student, so I've spent time in the facility. I know what the problems are with the building, and I've also spent lots of time outside in the play areas, both in the winter and the summer, and I'm in very strong support of the current design because I think it will continue to enhance not only the safety of students and of the neighborhood, but will have long-term benefits to the whole community. This is a kind of a walking community. I walk to school with my daughter daily. I ride my bike. I access the trails, and this design will support those values of kind of a walkable neighborhood by making the M Street corridor a lot more friendly to bicycles and pedestrians, with the access to the school being on the east side. I've heard a lot of the neighbors concerned about shade, but I know from my experience with my daughter that the kids play in that playground all year round, and they're outside. I'm not concerned about childhood obesity because of the location of the new school. Those kids will be out there in all kinds of weather. I'd also just wanted to say a few words about what the impact of delay would be. I think all of us have experienced the last 2 years of just disruption, displacement, uncertainty, and we just really need to move forward and consider what the impact would be if we were to delay this process. The continued uncertainty, the continued health and safety issues that the students in the neighborhood would be dealing with, the costs to taxpayers for delay. This is a good design, and this is good for the neighborhood, and it's consistent with our values and our local plans, and I urge the Commission to support this site plan.
Thank you. Questions? We do have a question. Okay.
Madam Chair, may I ask him a question? Hello, sir. Are you still on the line?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you ended your speech saying that there would be a cost to a delay of not implementing this plan presented to us by the Anchorage School District. Do you see that cost, I guess, fair to the neighborhood that has voted for the bond in order for the school to be built comparatively where it is currently?
The understanding when, this is my view, that the voters who voted to support design and construction of a school at the Inlet View School, I don't think when they voted for the quote site that they knew that they only would support a new school on the exact footprint. They wanted a new school because this was a priority of the school district and all the studies that showed it kind of floating to the top of the needs, and that this school was in need of replacement, and that the design committee looked at the options and chose the best design for this site, for this school. I think that we need to follow the process and the professional designers who recommended the new building to be built on this design plan that's before you today.
Thank you.
And I guess when I meant delay, I just meant that there will be costs. There will be economic costs to delay. There will be social costs for delay. There will be community costs. There will be continued uncertainty, continued disruption, continued health and safety risks. To the staff, to the teachers, to the students of the school, and to the community.
I believe our greatest concern with being on the Urban Design Commission is making sure that this design meshes well with the current culture of the neighborhood. You've heard voluminous testimony of not only your neighbors as well as other experts in the field. Do any of their concerns happen to be your concerns as well when it comes to this design presented before us today?
I disagree with those neighbors and those people who testified in opposition. I believe this design will enhance the neighborhood feel, the values that the South Addition community has. I believe this will be a better place for all of us, even if we don't have children attending Inlet View School. I think this new design will be a great addition to those values that I think the South Addition residents hold dear.
I thank you so much for your time and giving us the opportunity to seek a similar understanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Hello? Is this Petra?
Hello?
Hello, is this Petra?
Yes, it is.
This is the Urban Design Commission calling for public testimony on case 2022-0024. Are you testifying as an individual or representing a group?
I am representing the Inlet View PTA, so I'd like to ask for 5 minutes, please.
All righty, you will have 5 minutes to testify. Please state your full name for the record and you can begin.
Okay, my name is Petra Wilm, P-E-T-R-A-W-I-L-M. Thanks for giving me a second chance. I had my after-hours do not disturb on, but I'm back in action now. I am a licensed architect, and I have experience designing and working on elementary schools. I've lived in South Addition for 20 years. I'm also one of the 3 parent-neighbor representatives on the Building Design Committee for the Inlet View replacement. So I'd like to take this time to restate critical facts and offer a frank and insider point of view from the building design process. Inlet View Elementary is in dire need of improvement, and it has been for decades. These kids need a new school yesterday. The path to get to this moment of UDC approval has been the opposite of hasty and secretive. I have personally been attending school board meetings, updating parents and prospective families, writing letters, posting updates on Nextdoor, and meeting with public officials about this project since my kids started at Inlet View more than 7 years ago. Funding for the design was included in the 2020 bond, and the design process has been going on for 2 years. It has been submitted for approval to ASD, the school board twice, the MOA, and the South Addition Community Council. Approval has been unanimous from all those bodies. The design and location of the proposed new school is in compliance with all applicable code requirements and the ASD specifications for the design of elementary schools. All the necessary studies have been done and their findings have been incorporated into this design. In truth, nearly every concern brought by the neighbors on the south side of the school has actually already been discussed at some point in our lengthy Building Design Committee meetings during the 2-year design process. We talked about north versus south, east-west, parking, traffic, shading, drainage, capacity, zoning, you name it. Many other critical issues were also considered that these neighbors are not necessarily aware of, since none of them have kids at the school or sent their own kids elsewhere. All these issues have shaped the current design, no single issue as they may believe. Specifically regarding the playground shading concerns that you've heard a lot about tonight, the current design and the current playground design, the ice rink location, the hard paving, the sledding hill locations, all those were informed by staff members like the principal, the nurse, the PE teacher, and volunteer parents that collectively we have hundreds of hours of recess noon duty under our belt. As a group, we've observed and supervised playing Inlet View kids for decades. They love to play in the sun and in the shade. And the shade and the shadows are constantly moving. It's amazing to me that a small group of neighbors claims to know better how our kids play and how the sun will interact with their preferred play areas. The most popular outdoor play space for Inlet View kids is the sledding hill. And you'll notice in the design that it's located in the northeast corner of the lot and will never be shaded. The shadow study submitted by a neighbor who testified tonight is false and inaccurate. He has not provided the name of the alleged architect, and that person did not have access to the actual building model when they created this study. It also depicts an overlapped shading situation that would never actually exist in real life. What he is not highlighting is that this design will not shadow a single neighbor to the school. This was actually a huge priority to the BDC. Please see the actual extensive shadow study created by the design team with the accurate building model. Each time the design team or BDC have responded directly to a neighbor concern, usually highlighting how the new design is going to resolve the concern, the opposing neighbor did not express understanding of the explanation or offer further questions. Instead, they immediately pivoted to a new issue, making it clear that none of their complaints about shading, water, traffic, historic preservation, etc. are the real issue, which I can only assume is something that they don't want to say publicly. My interpretation is, we don't want this new building near our home. We don't want to look out our windows and see change, no matter how thoughtfully designed it is or how many kids and families will benefit. I do not believe that even more neighborhood inclusion that would happen if we push back the design will result in agreement unless we as a design team and all of the people involved so far capitulate to their self-motivated terms. Finally, the public process requirements were absolutely followed by the design team. If the neighbors think that that process is flawed, they should work to change it, not scuttle this critical and long-awaited school replacement. Thank you.
You have a question?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Is
may I?
Petra still there? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much for your time and the thoughtful preparation of this speech. My question for you, being a PTA member, if I heard correctly, were you included in this special meeting after it was presented in a general meeting as an agenda item?
Yes, I have been to every single meeting involved in the design.
How were you notified of the special meeting?
I personally passed out more than 100 pamphlets around the neighborhood that I copied off and distributed. So, I mean, I knew about it beforehand, and I tried to make sure that all the neighbors, I personally walked the perimeter of the school, all 4 sides, and did 2 houses deep.
And when you heard the testimony, if you've been attending for the entirety of this meeting, saying that members of the community did not receive this, what were your thoughts?
My thoughts were that perhaps that I didn't catch that person's address. There are quite a number of duplexes and rentals along the east side of the site, so I did my best to put them in, well, you're not allowed to put them in mailboxes, so I tried to put them under rocks or near the front door. A lot of people pick up a pamphlet and throw it away right away, but I definitely put one at every single location.
And your thoughts in regard to, you've received a lot of advice as well as comments from internal staff of the school, it sounds like, as well as those who are currently in the school environment, whether as parents as well. What were your thoughts on how much public input you had from immediate neighbors of this school or neighborhood?
Once the design team provided the required 65% or 35%, you'll have to check with Paul, but the required presentation to the South Addition Community Council, that is when we heard the most from the immediate neighbors. But it is my understanding that in the selection of the Building Design Committee, which is a small groups of 10 to 12 so that we can actually get work done. We're spending hours talking on the phone about all these different options and how they'll actually work. The principal was asked to select stakeholders who had a lot of information and knowledge about the school, and so she did. And she did not reach out to neighbors who had sent their kids to different schools or who did not actually interact with the school that often, who had never showed up at the front door. Those neighbors are definitely important, but those were not the ones she reached out to when she could only have 3 neighbors on the committee. She picked parent neighbors.
I see. So you said there was a choice specifically for neighbors who were parents of current students, correct?
Correct. She was trying to get the maximum amount of useful information at these design meetings to create the best design, most informed design.
Thank you again for your time. That concludes my questions, Madam Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you.
That's all the phone testimony, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Has anyone else come in to testify since we've been on the phone? Just want to make sure to keep that option open. Okay. Would the petitioner like to use the remaining time? You have 1 minute, 9 seconds.
The mic and me, I'm sorry. May I ask a procedural question?
Sure.
There's a little bit of overview we want to give and then some specifics. Is it possible to ask for our time to be I'm tired. Is it possible to have our time be ended partway through to answer any questions relating to the first part, or would you like us to deliver all of our rebuttal at once?
Madam Chair, I would motion that they receive the same amount of time as an organization, so 5 minutes to give their rebuttal. Would anyone second that?
No. So all we can do is just tell them we can ask them a question too. Yeah. And then we can ask. Okay, so why don't we get through the 109 and just see where this goes?
Thank you.
Yes.
Peter Briggs, BRIGGS, with the petitioner. Many of the
Speak very close to the mic.
Okay. I'm just not good at this. Many of the comments provided tonight have been heard previously and are addressed within our packet. It's going to be a very difficult consideration for you folks, and I think one aspect is trying to weed out the information that it can be weeded out. No matter where the building is built on this site, Memo A requirements will still apply. The parking requirements, which are a requirement, we would prefer to have less parking. The municipality right now is going through a parking reduction strategy which might benefit a project in the future. If this building becomes a single-story building, in addition to the parking that's required in snow storage and other items, green space will be further reduced. There has been a meaningful process. Petra spoke to it quite well. This should not be discounted. And lastly, we encourage you to ask questions where you feel that there are factual inconsistencies, because we want to present you with the facts. So during your questioning of us now, we would like that.
We're running out of time. If you could ask me specific questions, I have tons of material for rebuttal. If you can give me more time.
Thank you. So that is the end of the time. Is there anyone who wishes to ask him a question about something they... Okay. Commissioner McKee?
And I also don't like sticking this thing really close to my face. So one of the things that we've heard a couple of times is that there are no other schools in the Anchorage School District built on south sides of their properties due to northern design considerations. Is this correct?
No, that is extremely incorrect. As an architect for the Anchorage School District, I'm the owner of my firm, Envision Architecture. We've been around since 1982. So for 40 years, we've been designing schools for the Anchorage School District. We've designed over 100 schools. We definitely consider ourselves experts. A majority of those schools that the testimonies have described as great designs are schools that I've designed and my firm has designed. So I consider myself a design expert, and I can guarantee you that there is at least 50 schools in the city that are on the south end of the site.
And these are listed on page 62 of the packet. Item G in the lower left lists a significant number of schools that have a site design similar.
Let me have a moment to write that down. 62 of our packet. So then my next question is, what other configurations were considered, and are those graphics available?
Yes, absolutely. Those graphics are available in the packet. All of the comments that we've received tonight, or that you've heard tonight, have been heard by our design team, and we've responded to every single one of them. We've gone above and beyond. We've turned every rock over and answered every question, and that's all depicted in your presentation or in the packet. It's also depicted on the project website. I can assure you that everything that's been brought up tonight has been addressed by our team, and it's in your packet.
Oh, okay, yeah, I saw, we've got some figures. They start on page 178, 179
Yes.
of our packet, and I didn't know if those were the primary, if
Yes,
others
those
had
are-
been considered
that is
besides
correct.
those.
Just to confirm, the original 8 site plans are not available within the packets, but they are on the website. The ones that were deliberated by the Building Design Committee.
Great, thank you. And then one of the testimonies that we heard was that 7 additional conflict points would be created between pedestrians and vehicle traffic with the proposed design. Could you please address that comment?
I'm uncertain about that because if we assume that students are crossing from intersections at a safe crosswalk area to the school, they would normally connect to a sidewalk that would allow them inside passage around the pull-throughs. The omission on our part was to discuss the pedestrian crossing through the parking lot to the east. That does exist. So on the site, if someone's crossing over from 13th, they would cross the parking lot, and then similar to the way we're feeding the parking lot traffic toward the crossing, They would then cross to the school over the drop-off pickup lane. There are, if a student is not going to school and they're just heading north on the sidewalk, yes, there's an egress and an ingress for each of the areas that someone would cross on that way, but there's a way into the school unless someone is coming directly across the street and jaywalking.
I would like to address that a little bit further and add some more detail to that. As the primary designer, I've been intimately involved with all of these decisions that have been made, and I extremely disagree with Ms. Huggins, landscape architect, that had that testimony and described the concerns she had. We've worked with her before on Anchorage School District projects. We've been doing work longer than her and consider ourselves design experts. And so with regards to the site itself specifically, I could show you, I'd be happy to show you all the pedestrian pathways, that provide safe access. Specifically, the concern that was brought up about the crosswalks that go across the parking lot and the student drop-off pickup area. That pathway, there's 12 students that walk from the east side of the property to the school, and there's a assigned crossing guard there for those students, but there's hundreds of students that are walking from the west side of the property from the neighborhood, and they all have a safe passage. So we've looked at all of these details.
And then another thing that we've heard is concerns about the shading and what was taken into consideration in meeting northern standards. And so I have the diagram and I can see what you've considered with respect to the building. And so were off-site shading concerns taken into consideration? And then, so I'll let you answer that question, and I have a kind of a follow-on to that comment.
Certainly. So as you heard from some of the testimony from folks on the Building Design Committee, we did consider shadowing off-site as a major issue, which is why part of the reasoning to put the building on the south side eliminated that shadowing of the neighbors that are on the north side of 12th Avenue that are currently shadowed by the existing school. So that's an improvement. From a northern design perspective, the existing school, half of the classrooms face the north, which goes completely against northern design. And so we, like I said earlier, we specifically designed the school and oriented the school to maximize sun exposure for the classrooms, which is where the kids spend their time. And then in addition to that, looking at the site amenities, we placed the play field on the northern end of the site, so it's always in sun. And so the play field would be flat, clean, completely dry, where right now the play field on the south is on the lower end of the site, just a couple of feet, but that means it's the wettest part of the site. So the play field is going to be improved, and then we specifically position the playgrounds to not be in the shadow when the kids are there for recess between 11 and 1 p.m. With regards to the south playground for the primary students, it was more important for that playground to be accessible directly off of the kindergarten classrooms on the south end of the classroom wing. And so it was decided by the Building Design Committee, the principal, the kindergarten teachers, that they would prefer for that playground to be on that side of the site, even if it was in shadow from the existing trees that were described on the south side. Part of the reason why we're okay with that is because that shadow is a filtered sunlight. They're all deciduous trees, so in the wintertime, the leaves are not there, and so you do have sunlight. It's not complete shadow.
And then my last question is, you know, as an engineer myself who does projects, I understand that sometimes we weigh the balance of budget and benefits and time and federal regulations and city codes and everything else that comes into play. So this question is more theoretical, and I, you know, take a moment to answer it, to think about it. If budget were not a concern, if time were not a concern, if the, you know, the emotional well-being of the children, whether they are bused or whether they stay on site, were not a concern, would you change anything about the design that you're presenting to UDC tonight?
I could honestly tell you that for 95% of it, majority of it, we would not change the design. The only thing that would be modified, in my opinion, would be to shift it a little bit more centered in the site, so it's not on the south side. So we would have to vacate that easement, which we looked into. We looked into the costs of that, we looked into the difficulty of that, and it was determined that it would be money better spent to build a better facility that has a better learning environment for the students than to push the building up slightly, because we're achieving the sunlight and the daylight within the existing school, the way it's oriented and the way it's designed.
Thank you. That concludes my questions for you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Cox, yes.
Thank you. So, as I see you've digressed into the benefits of your building, improving the learning environment, and I considered it an overreach. What prevents you from building this building that has access from the kindergartners to the playground from the north as opposed to the south?
Can you repeat the last part of that? You're specifically talking about the kindergarten class, playground?
Well, yeah, that's what you had brought up, that the concern by the board design commission. What prevents you from building this building in the location that it seems public testimony has leaned towards in its existing site, and having that same access from the kindergartner building to the play area that's currently there?
Sure. If you place the building on the north end of the site and you place the playground for the primary students, kindergarten students on the south end as you described, you would achieve that positive element that you're describing. But what you would lose in doing that is now the front of your school is facing north, which is against northern design standards, and your entry would be on the north rather than facing east. And like we talked about with traffic congestion, right now, the way the school's currently designed and the way if we pushed it north and had the entrance facing north to 12th Avenue, parents would have to drive into the neighborhood, which causes safety concerns with kids walking to school from the neighborhood. So that's something that we took into consideration, and it was more important to have the entry facing the urban side of the site on the east for traffic that's coming to the school from the east to come that direction, where students could walk clearly through the neighborhood to the school without traffic congestion. And then the sacrifice is that that southern playground is in shade, filtered shade, from those 30-foot existing trees.
And you speak of maximizing taxpayer dollars with this design by doing 2 stories as opposed to 1, though the student population, even though your projections don't show this, is not similar. I think currently is 215. Your projection for next year was, I think, 234. And I understand that's ASD statistics, not necessarily yours. But wouldn't it behoove you to maximize taxpayers' dollars by building a similar building that just happens to be of newer material?
Yeah, sure. I could understand where you're coming from with that. And the response to that is that maximizing taxpayer dollars is providing a learning environment that meets the Anchorage School District's district-wide education specifications. The existing school currently doesn't have a multi-purpose room. It only has a gymnasium. So it's missing a major component of their curriculum. And so we're providing that additional square footage with our new building. And so that's when I described earlier that we're maximizing taxpayer dollars with a smaller footprint by building a 2-story school while adding to program space that is needed and beneficial to the students.
Okay. Madam Chair, this concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of the petitioner? Okay. Oh, yes. Okay. Well. Okay, and so I think we have no more questions at this time for the petitioner, so we will I think we have one person, Commissioner Follen, who has a question for staff.
Yes, I have 2 questions for the planning staff.
Okay.
On approval criteria number 4, policy 78, and policy 89. If you could go into a little bit more detail on why and how you think they have met those standards, that would be appreciated.
Hang on, if I could just look at my packet really quick to remind myself what the numbers equate to in the policy.
I'll read it. Policy 78, design municipal facilities frequented by the public, particularly schools, to accommodate year-round multi-purpose activities. It's on page 8 and 9 of your report. And policy 89 is encourage the year-round use of public schools as neighborhood and community centers.
Commissioner Foland, and for reference for everyone, the policies that she's referencing are on pages 8 and 9 of the packet. The responses that are in the packet are the ones that I would reiterate, are that there are outdoor spaces for year-round use. There's an ice skating rink, there's a sledding hill, and then there's also still a grassy play area and asphalt areas. So in the analysis of that one, that is still accommodating year-round multi-purpose activities. So that's policy 78. And then 89 is similar. That one is the year-round use of schools as neighborhood and community centers. There will be sidewalks added on every side of the school, and there still would be areas for the public to use. The playgrounds and the grassy play area would still be there to the neighborhood.
Okay, that was all I had.
I'm sorry, was that it, Commissioner Foland?
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions? I actually have a question for the petitioner. Sorry. I have to wait till everybody gets done there. My question has to do with the department's recommendation of approval. I want to make sure I heard you right, that the private development wanted a sidewalk on M Street, and that was not a condition that you were willing to provide.
Yeah, no, we're willing to provide that condition if that's what the staff and commission decides that they want to see. What we were trying to say is that I think the recommendation was to provide a sidewalk on both N Street and the M Street cul-de-sac. And what we were saying is that the M Street cul-de-sac, by putting a sidewalk on the M Street cul-de-sac, it would require that those 30-foot existing trees would have to be taken down in order to install that sidewalk within the right-of-way. And so we think that that would go against what you guys would be wanting to see by maintaining those trees, which we've heard from the public that they want to see those trees remained, and they don't want the M Street cul-de-sac to be a primary entry point for the school for those residents that live on the M Street, and they would prefer that they get to maintain their access so they can use the school, but it not be a primary entry point. So by putting a sidewalk there, it would encourage more people to think that that is a primary entry point. And all we would want to be doing, and what we're showing in the design, is we have a pedestrian access point at that location for the people that live on M Street can still access the school site.
Okay, so yeah, just to clarify, you do not have an issue with that recommendation?
No.
Okay, but I understand your point.
Yep.
Thank you. I think Commissioner McKee might have a question for you.
I do.
My apologies.
Are the trees that would be required to be removed, are they on the school site or are they privately owned trees?
They're in the right-of-way.
They are in the right of way.
Yes.
Are these trees contributing to the shade on what will be the proposed kindergarten playground?
Yes.
But not the cul-de-sac ones. Just south of the, again, I'm so sorry. South of the site, there are 2 unbuilt alley right-of-ways north of the residences, so there's public land in there that has significant existing tree on it. What we're speaking to for this in particular is the round portion of the M Street cul-de-sac,
Okay.
where there's trees just off school property, where the sidewalk improvements would happen.
So the sidewalk improvements would just be in that region? Okay.
I believe the intent is for them to come up all the way up M Street, or for the school district's responsibility, it would be the cul-de-sac, I believe.
Okay. I wasn't sure whether they wanted them all along this or just, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the petitioner or staff? Okay, thank you. Gotta find my... Okay, the public hearing is now closed. Because the petitioner has come before us with a major site plan review and an alternative equivalent compliance request, we will need to provide a motion and a vote for each. We will begin with the first in the department's recommendations. May we get a motion to approve the alternative equivalent compliance request? We have a motion from Commissioner McKee. Commissioner McKee, would you please state your motion?
In case 2022-0024, to approve the alternate equivalent compliance request for the Inlet View Elementary School site plan for 195 shrubs required by site perimeter and parking lot perimeter L1 landscaping to be placed elsewhere on the site as shown on sheet L101, subject to conditions 1 and 2 shown on page 11 of the staff report.
Thank you. Can I get a second?
Madam President, may I speak to that motion?
No. May I get a second? I have a second from Commissioner Gordy. Okay. Commissioner McKee, would you please speak to your motion?
I intend to vote in support of, to approve the alternate equivalent compliance request. Looking at department recommendations, hold on just a second. Sorry, I'm looking through my notes. Thank you. I had it all marked. Oh, here it is. Okay, sorry, they're swapped. The petitioners requested alternate equivalent compliance for shrub requirements for L1 visual enhancements, landscaping that is required along the site perimeter and parking lot perimeter. A total of 195 shrubs that would have been placed in these areas to meet requirements will instead be placed near the school building at the back slope of the sledding hill and further from the property line facing N Street on the western side of the parcel. Condition A, the proposed alternative design achieves the intent of the subject design standard to the same or better degree than the subject standard. The overall number of required trees and shrubs will stay the same on the site. Plantings are still provided along the perimeter of the property and the perimeter of the parking lot, since the relocated shrubs are only a portion of the total number of required shrubs. Condition B, the proposed alternative design achieves the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan to the same or better degree than the subject standard. The proposed alternative will allow for natural surveillance of parking areas and improved overall safety. The proposed alternative design achieves the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan to the same or better degree. Condition C, the alternative design results in benefits to the community that are equivalent to or better than compliance with the subject design standard. The proposed alternative will allow for natural surveillance. Additional shrubs at the backslip of the sledding hill will direct students to sled in one direction, down the hill and away from the street, which offers increased safety. And my support of this is subject to the following conditions: that the alternate equivalent compliance shall be substantially in compliance with the petitioner's application, narrative submittals, and the plans on file at the planning department. And condition 2, a notice of zoning action, including a copy of the approved resolution, shall be filed with the State of Alaska Recorder's Office.
Thank you, Commissioner McKee. Commissioner Gordy, would you like to speak to your second?
Sure. I also intend to support this motion, and will just follow on to what Commissioner McKee has already stated by saying that I applaud the petitioner for using landscape elements to enhance the site. I think it's great that you're meeting the required intent of landscaping while also using it in a way that makes the most sense for the site to provide safety and also create a nice space for people to go recreate on site. That's all I have.
Madam Chair, may I speak to this motion?
Yes, and
Okay. I also intend to approve this, this motion. I would prefer that we didn't uproot the previous shrubs and have to do this, but I understand the limitations that you're faced with. So there's my speaking to the motion.
thank you. Does anyone else have any findings or anything else to discuss on this first motion? Seeing and hearing none, I think we have to vote.
Ms. Cash?
Yes.
Ms. Foland?
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion passes. Okay, we have one more here. May we have a motion to approve the Inlet View Elementary School site plan? Okay, I think we're ready now. Can I get a motion? Anyone? A motion to approve? I have a motion from Commissioner McKee. Would you please state your motion?
In case 2022-0024 to approve the Inlet View Elementary School site plan subject to conditions 1, 2, 3, 4, A through E, 5, A and B, 6, A and B, and 7, A and B.
Thank you. May I please have a second to this motion? We will need a second in order to continue. Thank you, Commissioner Gordy. Would you please speak to your motion, Commissioner McKee?
This one's very difficult. This is not an easy one. Sometimes we get really easy ones, and sometimes we don't. This is the first one I've had that is incredibly difficult. I made the motion because I know we need the motion to keep moving forward. But at the same time, yeah, can I have 3 minutes to think about how I want to state my motion?
We'll just take a quick break to, for Edith to bring it all together. Our apologies again. We are back here and ready to go out of recess. We can continue with the meeting. Commissioner McKee?
So I'm going to speak to my motion. I am unsure. So I will speak to some components that I am in agreement with, some that I am unsure of, which will allow the commissioners to open this up to discussion amongst ourselves. I appreciate this as a parent whose child went to Denali Elementary School when it was reconstructed and, you know, recognized my privilege being a two-parent household with 2 vehicles and able to drive my child to the relocated building, but was also cognizant of the children that were less fortunate that also went to Denali and experienced the emotional trauma of losing their peer group for 2 years, the parents that, you know, could not have that same afforded luxury and privilege of a 2-parent household with a 2-vehicle household, you know, being able to drive my children to school on base, pick them up from base, you know, and the other children that lost their peer community, children with physical or emotional disabilities having to ride a bus to a location that was unfamiliar to them. So I bore witness firsthand to the trauma that can sometimes happen to children when they are relocated. It might seem minor that we ask them to do this for a year or two. We ask them to be resilient, children have already been tremendously resilient the last 2 years with COVID and the disruption to their peer groups. So I see a tremendous benefit to maintaining their peer groups on campus together as they come back from COVID, which has already been a tremendous stressor on these young people's emotions. We need to remember that these are elementary school age children. They range in starting at the age of 5. I think we've already asked them to do a lot. And getting to come back and be unified with their peer groups and not be displaced yet again is something that we should consider and has a tremendous value that is not necessarily visible on paper. So this is partially what I consider, is there potentially a better site plan? The petitioner said that, yes, that's quite possible, that if they moved it just slightly over into the utility easement, that it might be a better alternative. Would that potentially require us to leave children in a school that admittedly has sewerage problems, structural problems, has been repaired repeatedly? I don't know. So is there ever a perfect answer? No. Should we take into account the emotional well-being of the children that are currently attending, for the acknowledging that maybe we protect these current children a little bit more in lieu of the children who will move into a brand new building. So, I've been through this process. It's not an easy process. Are those things that I should take are they within the purview of the UDC? Not necessarily. Do they weigh on my mind as I consider this motion in front of me? Of course they do. I'm a parent. I've been through a school relocation. I live in Airport Heights. Our school was just rebuilt. This is why I am struggling with the motion that is in front of me and why I would like to state where I support it and where I do have some concerns and have discussion amongst the commissioners. I think that serves the community well. With regards to the approval criteria for a major site plan review, and with condition 1, the site plan is consistent with any previously approved subdivision plat, plan development, master plan, or any other precedent plan or land use approval. This is one of the ideas that I have a concern with, is that there are no conflicts with the underlying plats or any other land use approval. The building is located outside of utility easements that run through the parcel. I would like to discuss this because it has been stated that if the building were moved just slightly over, there would potentially be a conflict with a utility easement. Condition 2, the site plan complies with all applicable development and design standards set forth in this title, including but not limited to the provisions in the Chapter 21.04 zoning districts, Chapter 21.05 use regulations, Chapter 21.06 dimensional standards and measurements, and Chapter 21.07 development and design standards. Zoning districts. An elementary school meets the purpose and intent of the PLI district. There are no district-specific standards. Table of allowable uses. Inlet View Elementary School is a permitted use on the parcel allowed by right with a major site plan review. I don't contest those. Use-specific standards for elementary or middle school educational facility. Elementary or middle school has 8 use-specific standards, which are all met by the site plan. The 8 use-specific standards are the following. Standard I states the purpose of use-specific standards to ensure compatibility of schools with surrounding neighborhoods and to minimize the impact of school uses on adjacent properties. I would like the board to have additional discussion regarding this one. Standard 2, the approval process review follows standards 2 for the approval process of a school with 10 or more students with a major site plan review. I feel that this has been met. Standard 3, site size, the parcel is 7.3 acres and meets requirements in Standard 3 to be 1 acre per 100 students. This condition has been met. Inlet View Elementary School is in the PLI district, a non-residential district. Standard 4 thus dictates that the setbacks of the underlying district apply, and this use-specific standard is met, and I agree with that. Standard 5, outdoor play space for elementary and middle schools. Both the square footage and minimal dimensions for outdoor play areas are met by the site plan, and I agree with that. Standard 6, vehicle and pedestrian access. The site plan has a passenger loading zone in accordance with Title 21 requirements for school with a capacity of 100 or more students to provide a passenger loading zone, and this site plan meets that requirement. Standard 7, temporary structures for school expansion space. The increase in capacity, the new school building negates the need to have temporary structures for the foreseeable future. I feel that this criteria is met, but I do note that the site plan provides for that should it be necessary. However, I do think that they are unsightly and not conducive to education, and I think it's better that the building capacity be increased in size so that all students are housed within the structure together. Standard 8, landscaping. All landscaping is provided aside from relocated shrubs that are evaluated under alternate equivalent compliance review criteria, which we just passed. Table of dimensional standards. Setbacks are met by the proposed design. The PLI district has a height limit of 45 feet. The proposed school is 30 feet in height, which matches the maximum height allowed in the adjacent R-2M district. This has been met. Development and design standards. General provisions D is procedure for an alternative design to be allowed if it meets the intent of Title 21. Natural resource protection. There are no applicable natural resource development and design standards. There are no wetland streams, flood areas, or steep slopes on the parcel. I do acknowledge that people have testified that there are steep slopes outside of the parcel. Transportation and connectivity. The petitioner must enter into an improved public place agreement for these improvements. The traffic engineering department has also requested additional traffic analysis for intersections along West 13th Avenue leading into and out of the neighborhood. The landscape screening and fences requirements are met. I agree with this. We've discussed that one. The off-street parking and loading. 1 parking space is required for every 6 students, equating to parking requirements of 67 spaces, with 3 spaces to be handicap accessible. The site plan meets these requirements by providing a total of 67 off-street parking spaces. I do understand that we've heard lots of testimony that this is more parking space that is currently needed. I did also hear the petitioner mention that there is a parking space reduction process that potentially some of this parking space could in the future be returned to green space. The exterior lighting, a condition of approval for the major site plan review is for the petitioner to provide minimum lighting calculations in the glare to traffic engineering so they may be evaluated against guidelines for lighting and parking facilities. Condition 3, the site plan addresses any significant adverse impacts that can reasonably be anticipated to result from the use by mitigating or offsetting those impacts to the maximum extent feasible. I think I would like for the commission to be able to discuss this condition. Condition 4, the development proposed in the site plan is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. The site is consistent with the land use designation of community facility or institution per Anchorage 2040 land use plan, land use map plan. Policy 42, the Northern City Design Concepts, I would like additional discussion. Policy 43, plans for major institutional developments are subject to the site plan review. Policy 44, design and build public improvements for long-term use. The construction of a new building is intended to be for long-term use. Policy 45, connect local activity centers such as neighborhood schools and community centers with parks, sports fields, green belts, and trails where feasible. I think, the sidewalk improvements will connect to local activity centers to the school. This is a high recreation use area. There's lots of trails. The lagoons are close by. Policy 50, healthy mature trees in forested areas shall be retained as much as possible. I think the petitioner has demonstrated that this is their intent. Policy 78, design municipal facilities frequented by the public, particularly schools, to accommodate year-round multipurpose activities. I think the petitioner has demonstrated that they intend for this area, once the old building is removed, to have plenty of green space available for continued recreation activities. Policy 89 encourages the year-round use of public schools as neighborhood and community centers, and I think we've heard lots of testimony from the public that they use this area for recreating. The neighborhood uses it extensively. Once the old building is removed, I think the green space will be returned and it will be available for the public to use. And that concludes my speaking to my motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Gordy, would you care to speak to your second?
Yes. I also am a bit on the fence. I think this, you stated it very nicely, Commissioner McKee, that this is a difficult one for us. There's a lot of points of clarification I think that we do need to open to discussion. I agree that we need to discuss item 1 with the site plan being consistent with any previously approved subdivision, plat plan, development master plan, or other precedent plan or land use approval. I just want a little bit of clarification on that point. I think obviously a school is going where a school has previously gone, but because of the site reconfiguration, I think I would just like a little more discussion among the commissioners. I'm just going to kind of follow up on Commissioner McKee's points of discussion, because I agree with her findings that were met. I think in item 2, under standard 1, under purpose, I think that also needs more discussion regarding compatibility of schools with surrounding neighborhoods. I think the school itself is obviously compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. There is an existing school there. But I do want to discuss a little bit more about minimizing the impacts of school uses on adjacent properties based on the site plan layout. In regard to the remaining items, I believe all those conditions are met, so I do not have any additional comments on that. I do think on number 4, we do need to discuss a little bit further on the northern design concepts, and actually I skipped over item 3, which I do think the petitioner addressed by trying to mitigate any adverse impacts to the maximum extent feasible. I do think within the commission we can discuss a few items there as well. Those are my findings.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any other discussion? Thank you, Commissioner Cox.
When it comes to this motion, I, of course, want to applaud you all for all the work that you've done within the constraints that you've had to do it in, whether it's, the stakeholders in regards of their expectation of what $30 million would do and where it would be done. There is the intangible, and then there's the non-tangible things, or tangible and not intangible things that we have here. So tangibly, you have for the most part, gone within the set parameters that are set before the municipal code, the Anchorage 2040 use plan and all that. But then we have the also tangible comments of the community present here today and those who have called in. There seems to be a massive miscommunication. And so our part is kind of like Commissioner McKee was saying, I can't help but to think of the community as well as this plan. So I will not be voting to approve, but we'll discuss it amongst ourselves and see if we can come to a common understanding.
Thank you. And we did receive a comment from those on the bridge phone to speak a little louder, so maybe just move the mic closer. Just right on that, Mike. Okay. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this, have some discussion? I'm speaking to Commissioner Cash and Commissioner Folland. Okay. It does not appear that there's any additional discussion, so I would like to hear from Commissioner Folland and Commissioner Cash on the issues that have been presented, whether they be not in support of the project as it's been presented, or if there are some discussion, if you can provide some assistance with discussion on the findings that Commissioner Gordy and McKee have wanted to flesh out. And do you, or even you, Commissioner Cox, if you would like to speak to those points? Oh, we have Commissioner Cash too, so. Commissioner Cash, you do not have to type. There you go. Go ahead, Commissioner Cash.
All right, Nina, may I speak? Okay, well, I will do my best. I want to go back to approval criteria number 1. I believe that Commissioner Gordy indicated more discussion was desired on her behalf regarding this one, but I actually think that we have met it because there are no conflicts with underlying plats or any of their land use approval, and I think that one is covered in my opinion. But we can certainly discuss it if she would like to. The site plan, let's see, criteria number 2. I believe this is the first one that Commissioner McKee singled out as wanting discussion, but can you confirm that, Commissioner McKee?
Yes, it was because of the amount of testimony that we heard from residences and the comments that we received, the standard 1 is states the purpose of the use-specific standards to ensure compatibility of schools with surrounding neighborhoods and to minimize the impact of school uses on adjacent properties. Because of the amount of testimony that we heard regarding the current site plan and their dissatisfaction with it, I felt that maybe this one we needed to discuss. The other conditions, 2 through 8, I felt were met.
Thank you. I agree that the standard 1 purpose is where we need to start. So thanks for getting me lined out on the right item here. I do want to respect the process that has been conducted, and I think throughout their process, the ensuring compatibility of the school with the neighborhood was not lost, but was a part of the decision, and the decision was to go with a 2-story school for the reasons he stated. I think that in the long run, a 2-story school can be compatible with this neighborhood. I wish it were a 1-story, but I think that the footprint would spread out so much it would compromise some of the play area sites. So, the benefit of working with that 2 stories is to give us back the rest of the area for development by use for and by the children. So I wish that the neighbors all agreed and that everyone would be ultimately happy. I don't think we could ever hope to see that in particular, but I hear their concerns and I respect them. I just believe that based on the process and everything that they endeavored to do correctly, per the process as designed, they did. So I'm not sure what else they can do but start over, and I really don't think that's an option. And I don't think it should be an option because they have already generated 8 site plans and come through that process with this one. So I am speaking to supporting the process that has occurred and the decisions that have been made to this point.
Commissioner Cash, I appreciate that. I have to remember that Denali went through a similar process. It was a single-story school, and the reconstruction, it was a 2-story school, and people did have some concerns, and my daughter in particular, before the construction, she was on the 2nd floor when construction was finished. So I appreciate you reminding me that they made that similar decision for spacing to provide additional playground space by going to a 2-story school. And they also had something similar because Denali was a Montessori, so it was a neighborhood school and then a zone-exempted Montessori school. And then afterwards, it was a fully integrated Montessori school, which had tremendous benefits for that area. So maybe something similar to what they're doing here at Inlet View with the IB program. So I think you have swayed me that this condition is met.
All right.
Do I need to? Okay. Policy 42. Oh, yeah, thank you. The northern, oh, yeah, was there any other discussion on policy 42 northern city design concepts? So I'm a little conflicted. I'm hearing concerns about shading on the north end. I think that the building, I mean, I've looked at the schematics that were provided for the shading diagrams. I do think, in Alaska, we all suffer in the winter. That's when the kids are in school. We do want to optimize, and I think that you did that, right? We optimized for daylight when the children will be on the playground. We did see the shading figures, but I also think we heard testimony that to remove that shading would require that we cut down trees that are 50 and 60 years old. I don't know if that would make the residences happier to suddenly have your 50 and 60-year-old trees removed to reduce shading. Having done transportation projects and we have to make modifications to be more compliant with federal regulations, people are not happy when we take down trees that are within the state's right-of-way. I can't imagine that the residences along M Street would be happy to have their trees removed to reduce shading.
No. I agree with you, Commissioner McKee.
Were these shading diagrams that we have in our packet shared with the community at the meetings that were held? Okay, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask the petitioners questions. Okay, so that was my question, was whether these diagrams had been shared and what the comments, questions, concerns were, conducted through the community involvement process that you engaged in.
Please remember to state your name.
Sure. Paul Burrell, B-A-R-I-L. through the president to Commissioner McKee. To respond to your question, yes, all of the shadow studies that you see in the packet were presented at that special meeting. We presented them at the community council meeting, which was the public meeting required by Title 21. And at the special meeting that we held specifically, we went over those shadow studies. And then from that meeting, there was actually just people weren't believing what we were showing them. We ended up creating an animation that we posted to the website that showed even more detail as to how the sun reacts throughout the entire year on the site. So all of that was presented to everybody. And that's what resulted in us revising some playground locations and hardscape areas. So it was maximizing the sun.
Thank you. Were there other design components taken into consideration when you evaluated policy 42?
Yes, there certainly was other design components, and just to kind of reiterate what I've discussed and what our packet discusses is that the building itself and the learning environment has been designed around that policy for Northern Design, with the orientation of our building with the sun path and maximizing maximizing daylight into the classroom spaces, both in the morning and in the afternoon, the way the classroom wing is positioned. And then also with the center of our building where we have our common two-story space and an open stair, we have daylighting clear story that maximizes the southern exposure and floods daylight into the core of the building.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think Commissioner Folland has some comments.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes. Maybe speak just a little bit louder.
I have some questions and sort of comments on approval criteria number 4. The development proposed in the site plan is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. I'm not convinced that we have met policy 42, the Northern City Design component. I'm not convinced that we've met policy 78 or policy 89. And I have just some kind of thoughts that I want to say about the overall project. As a member of the community, as a professional with a background in design, development, architecture, looking at this from that standpoint, obviously this is a very complex and difficult project that we've had. But we are also, as urban design commissioners, supposed to comment on the overall urban design of and aesthetics of our community. I think the design and development of a public building should be held to a higher standard than just meeting the minimum criteria required by code, satisfying immediate conveniences, or addressing near-term goals. An elementary school is a place that helps shape the minds of our children. It plays an instrumental role in nurturing their imagination and building their conscious and subconscious understanding of the world around them. The design of a school should be inspiring, nurturing, and aspirational while grounded in the givens of its site and interwoven into the fabric of the community. It should exceed expectations and over-deliver on the basic needs of the building. The design that we are looking at for a school, I think, should have unanimous approval from the surroundings. Fundamentally, I think there was something in the process of this. I understand everybody's doing what they think is right, and they're all working very hard on this. I know a lot of people on all sides of this equation. But I think that this kind of falls back on the Anchorage School District. I would like them to do better going forward and reconsider the plans for this project. I think there's room for improvement. The buildings that they are commissioning will be around impacting our community for decades to come. And they have and we have a real opportunity to showcase the ideals of our community, help shape the future of our city. I think how they approach this, I wish we were seeing this way earlier on in the process. That the ASD has an opportunity to build something extraordinary, do so in an exemplary manner, and ASD should be setting the standards of how we should build in our beloved city of the North. I'm not sure that this feels like it fits in the site or that it is representative of Northern building design. And I'm having a hard time with the item 42.
Thank you. Was that all, Commissioner Folland?
Yes, that's all.
Is there any discussion regarding what she's stated? Yeah, I see. Just, are you, anyway, yeah. Okay. Okay, Commissioner Cox.
So as we've heard from our commissioners, and I'm short of just biting this microphone now, when it comes to the purpose of, what was that, number 2? Let's see. Yeah, number 2. So the purpose is supposed to ensure compatibility of schools with the surrounding neighborhoods and to minimize the impacts of school uses on adjacent properties. As of right now, that purpose statement is what hinges our decision. And it would seem as if it's not met. And I understand the rationality behind you can't please everyone, but this design is a needs improvement. So I would encourage my other board commissioners to suggest that the Anchor School District continue to improve this design, because there is a chance, as Commissioner Folland had said, to do something amazing. So you've been in architecture for a while. This could be a marquee piece. Of course, I have my aversion to a two-story building. Truly, the school you made looks like a high school that can be found anywhere. I would encourage you instead to build with the community as opposed to just specific groups. We have concerned citizens here that are willing to stay till almost midnight to see this thing through, and I believe there's more citizens like that out there who want to be involved in this process. And though you could answer the same question a million times, it encourages, I believe, a designer and engineer to be a little bit more creative. It's inside of you to do that. So I would encourage the rest of my commissioners. $30 million project is something you can spend actually very easily. It's not really too much money at the same time, but it would behoove you, in regards to how we deal with our stakeholders, to spend it as wisely as you can. Because this is a project, once it breaks ground, will be there for the next 50 years, and we don't want to, well, it won't be us, obviously, we don't want the next commissioners to have to deal with this issue. Right now, it's drawn up as an issue, but over time, I believe it can be a true benefit. We need another building in that school. My wife played in that. My son has played in that area as well, so I have a heart towards what happens next. And like I said, I would encourage the rest of my commissioners in regards to that purpose, seeing as we have not met that. That is something that would call to us for giving Anchor School District another opportunity to do it again. And in regards to policy number, not 42, but 78, the multi-purpose activities. This is, I believe, truly the reason why the community has decided to stay here so long, is that they want to utilize these areas. They want to be neighborhoods that can coexist with these schools. From our perspective, a simple move towards where it currently is and just fulfilling the desires that initially was what drove the stakeholders to accept the bond could be something that I would encourage you to consider. So that's the end of my comments for discussion.
Chair Ream, if I could provide a point of information for the commission. Just hearing the discussion, I just wanted to remind the commissioners of the options they have with this motion. You could approve the motion with the conditions listed in the packet. You could approve the motion after modifying the conditions that are listed in the packet. You could return for redesign. If you do that, you would need to list what issues that must be addressed with the return for redesign. You could also deny the site plan. However, the petitioners would have to wait a year before they could submit a new design.
Thank you for that clarification. That was my next question, so I appreciate that. Commissioner Cash?
I have a question first for Commissioner Cox. I wasn't clear when you were discussing the design, whether you were primarily referring to the school design that you saw in the presentation, or if you were talking about the entire site. Would you please clarify that for me, Commissioner Cox?
Of course, Commissioner Cash. So in regards to the design, with the voluminous public testimony, I would prefer that this design be something that starts on the north as it currently is placed. I have concerns in regards to the safety. Yes, we live in Anchorage, but I don't believe the way it's constructed for pedestrians necessarily encourages more safety. What is my basis? The basis is the historical data of being someone that has seen how carpools go for school years for this school. What else? I do believe green space is limited. Of course, we consider green space as well as the shrubbery, but shrubbery does take away from usable space. And that would be my quick notes. Were you able to hear that, Commissioner Cash?
I think you answered my question. I wonder if I could get an opinion from someone who's been through this process on what sending it back would look like. I mean, Commissioner Gordy, you reminded us that it would be a year before that could be presented again. But I want to know about the whole process. And perhaps the petitioner could respond to that.
If I may just, I believe it was Commissioner Folland, you were speaking. I just wanted to be clear in my informational comments to guide the commission. So if you deny the site plan, they would need to wait a year before submitting a new design. If you return for redesign, they don't need to wait that year. You would just need to identify the issues that must be addressed in a resubmittal of the site plan.
Okay. Thank you. It's hard not being there speaking.
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Folland.
So is a redesign just like submitting in page 177 or 178 or 179? Is it just shifting around the components that are in there currently?
If, was this, I don't know if I'm supposed to, yeah.
This was Commissioner Folland.
What exactly is a redesign? Is that just, would that be like submitting something that's, you know, on our packet, page 177, 178, 179, these alternate site plans using kind of the existing building that's in the proposed site plan in different orientations? Would that be what would be considered a redesign?
I think what staff was saying, what Elizabeth was saying, was that if we would like to move for a redesign, then we would need to cite the specific issues, whether that was the site plan or anything. We need to...
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other discussion? I guess it's my turn. Now I need some clarification from staff or the secretary on my opinions. Do I have to relinquish the chair? I can. Okay. Sorry. Procedure. I've been going back and forth on this one myself. When I go through the public testimony that was received in October and then again in the petitioners or the staff packet, it was very negative. But then there was an outpouring of positive testimony at the last minute, which really makes me believe the public process, although you tried, was not fully vetted. Being an engineer, they don't teach you in college that your primary issue is going to be convincing the public that what you're doing is good for them, right? There's always going to be public that is going to be opposed no matter what. I understand that. And it seems to be, whether it's 4118, 2530, whatever it is, it just seems to be that we are having, there's a dichotomy here, there's a polarization. And not to mention, we have issues with traffic also. So it seems to me that there's just some unresolved things that need to be dealt with before I would feel comfortable approving this site plan. Among those would be get the, resolve with traffic before, because the access to this is a major component of the site plan. So whether it comes off 12th or Inlet or 13th or M Street, well, not that that would happen, but I would just like that resolved so that we have a complete site plan before us that's been approved. I know you tried to do that, but we don't have the approval for the revised traffic study yet. We have an engineer's opinion, but we don't have the approval from traffic. That's not a major component, but that's one of the components. The other is just the outpouring of public testimony and the number of people that came here to testify, and then seemingly there wasn't a big public process. When I have to do a public process for any of my projects, I don't go to community council meetings. I set up public meetings. And if you want to respond to that, I would love to hear from you on that, because when I look at I see that you had a special meeting, but I would like to hear that public process from you from start to finish. How was that?
Absolutely. I'm happy to answer that question. So the public process was fully vetted and was part of our design process from day one, which started with the creation of the Building Design Committee, which was expressed to you by some of the testimony, which was made up of 10 individuals, and 30% of those individuals were were neighbors, were community members that live in the South Addition within a block of the school. And so we had 30% of that Building Design Committee that was from the neighborhood. And then in addition to that, we hosted 3 visioning workshops, charrettes, that were open to the public for 3 different stakeholder groups. One was for the teachers, one was for students, and one was for the community. And we had multiple community members present for that visioning workshop. It just so happened to not be the residents that are unhappy with the school and that are here tonight.
How was that published?
It was published through the school newsletter and through the school mailing list. And so if you were involved and cared about the school, you would have been invited, you would have known about it. And so we had those visioning charrettes. And then at the South Addition Community Council, when they had a meeting and they had a resolution to support the project, it was described tonight by several different people. There was actually a cap on their Zoom call of 200 people, and there was people that couldn't get into that meeting. And I would probably say 90% of those people were all in support of the project, and so you're not hearing from those people because they're not here tonight.
I appreciate all of that. I just wanted to know the start to finish of your public process, and I think I need to take a pause and talk to Secretary.
Okay.
Here. Boy, you're on it. It's 11:30, and if we would like to continue this evening, we need a motion to extend to midnight. So we need to make a motion in support and then vote. Is that correct? Okay. And she's frantically typing. Okay. We have a motion from Edith McKee and a second from Commissioner Gordy. Commissioner McKee, would you please?
I intend to support the motion to extend the meeting to midnight. I feel that we have, I feel that it would be just advantageous to stop our discussion.
Okay. And on that note, Commissioner Gordy, if you'd like to speak, you can, or we can move to a vote. We'll move to a vote.
Ms. Cash?
Yes.
Ms. Foland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so I see that Commissioner Cash would like to speak. I would like to just finish my thought about the public process. So posting things to school forums and that sort of thing does not inform the general public in the nearby that you are doing something. You really do have to send the 200 to 500 mailers out to the people within the certain area. And it sounds to me like most of the communication was through the community councils, with special meetings set up after they were queried with the postcard, and then they couldn't meet because COVID. You could only fit 100 people, I guess, in this Zoom meeting, so that's unfortunate. But it does show the amount of conversation that needs to be had with this project. And so I guess that's my point, is that you may come up and speak to the mic.
My point was that those people that attended that Zoom community council meeting of that cap of 200 people, 90% of those people were, no, it was 200. Okay, 100. That 90% of those people were in support of the project. And you're not hearing from those folks because it's spring break, and so everybody that is in the neighborhood that has kids that go to the school
Point of order?
are not here because of spring break.
Did someone just speak?
I did. I said point of order for you, Madam Chair, so that we could move on to discussion to a vote. That's like combining two things. But yeah, I'd like to call a vote.
If we call the vote, then we will be either approving or denying. Is that correct? Based on the current motion on the floor. I'm not doing that.
I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Cash.
And so, okay, so the question has been called, the main motion is in question right now. Is that correct? Is that where we're moving?
Yes, there's been a request to move to a vote, and I am questioning staff whether or not I think what we're doing then would be to approve or deny, and I'm not prepared to do that.
I agree.
I would like to discuss making this a motion for a redesign.
I would second that.
I don't know, that's not quite a motion, it's a discussion, but.
Okay. Yeah, second it to discuss.
Somebody please help me, yes.
I think postponing and asking them to redesign for a year is...
It's not a year. So she said twice now that
we would have to tell them very
denying it will require 1 year. I can tell them specific things that we need them to come back with.
Okay, that's what I was like...
And if we need to discuss those things to make sure we're all on the same page, we can do that.
Okay, I think we do, because to just send them back and say, come back in a year, but if we have very specific things that we want them to address and come back before us with, is that what that would do?
Are you, okay, well, the alternative is to deny this and then the project waits a year.
Or vote.
That's what the vote would do. If you don't get enough, if you do, what I'm saying is, if you do not get enough, then you do postpone it 1 year.
Right.
And I don't know the wish of the commission at this point. That's my point.
Right.
Okay. So I'm not ready to just go to a vote, because I think I have an idea of where some commissioners are, but I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page of what is going to happen to this case if we do that tonight.
Right. That's fair.
The redesign, they could be back in 6 months, 3 months, something, whatever it takes for them to get through these barriers, whether it's having another public meeting, adjusting the traffic entrance and exit, providing more succinct public involvement, comments and responses, and sort. That's kind of where I'm going with this, and I'm sorry if I'm rambling. It is close to midnight.
I feel like there has been, because of COVID, all public involvement processes have suffered over the last few years. I mean, the roadway projects have suffered. They've all suffered. I feel like while there is a 100 cap, that doesn't mean only 100 people could attend. People could exit and enter, and they may very well.
Can't hear you.
Oh, sorry, Barbara. I'm saying that they had a public involvement process, and because it was online, because of COVID, while there is a 100-person cap, that does not mean that people could not leave and other people could come. So we've had public involvement processes, and people come and go throughout. No, very few people stay the entire time. In our packets, we've received a significant amount of concerns about the project, but we've also, today and a few days ago, received a very significant number of comments in favor. Like you, I've presented projects to the public, and there's a significant number of people who ignore the mailer that comes. They chuck it right in the garbage. It comes in their P.O. box. It goes right in the recycling bin if you're lucky. And I don't feel that the petitioner bears the burden of that if they, like here there is a project website. They do. I do know that they do, but they're not burdened if.
Oops. You went silent.
Sorry, Barbara, there's discussion.
Oh. Well, are we inviting this,
Bear with me 1 second, Commissioner Cash. I need to speak with the secretary.
Certainly.
Okay, so we have a motion to call the question, so what we're going to do is put a motion through on the motion on the floor, and if that motion fails, then we will, continue with discussion. Thank you. So we do have, the motion was put forward from Commissioner Cox. We need a second, just to get this over. Just a second.
Could you repeat the motion?
Yeah, I didn't hear a motion.
The motion is to approve the main motion on the floor. If it's denied, we're going to move in. This is not a process that I'm used to. So apparently we are moving to vote on the motion on the floor. If it fails, then we will move on to whether or not we want to do a redesign.
Can I ask a point of order question?
Yes.
Point of order in terms of asking about the public process, just to clarify that per the Title 21 requirements and what your purview is, that we have totally met the public process, right?
That's fine. Okay, so does that answer your question? Sorry, Commissioner Cash?
Yes, I believe it does.
Okay, so we have a motion to call the question from Commissioner Cox and a second by Commissioner McKee. May we have a vote?
Ms. Cash?
And this is a vote to respond to
the motion on the floor.
Excuse me, I do have a question.
Right, so this is, we are basically voting on the motion on the floor, which is We're voting on whether to vote on the motion.
Thank you, yes.
Okay.
So all your yeses are to vote on the main motion. You're voting on call the question. All these are in favor of call the question, means you're going to vote on the main motion.
Does everybody understand that? Yeah.
If you vote on the main motion, you're done.
Okay.
There's no discussion for redesign or anything.
Do you want to?
I'm ready to vote.
Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Does Commissioner Cash and Folland understand that?
Through the chair, just to
Are we
clarify.
voting? We're just voting on whether or not we're voting on the main,
Right, to go forward on voting on the main motion is what this motion is for. If this motion
okay,
passes.
and then to get to, okay.
Okay. So both Commissioner Cash and Folland are a yes?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
The motion passes. So now we're back to the main motion on the floor, and we need a vote.
Ms. Cash?
Yes.
Ms. Folland?
We're voting on whether or not we approve the site plan
Correct.
right now? No.
The motion passes. It failed? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought, oh, the motion fails. I'm so sorry. I forgot we do not have, we have 6 tonight. So because we don't have 5 positive votes, the motion fails. So now we're done.
Those were, I saw all yeses. Oh,
Point of
that was
information,
that was
you
the part.
can reconsider, but that's all.
I'm sorry. It's 3 a.m. almost here. I'm sorry.
I know.
I
hear
just
you.
saw all the yeses.
So I think,
I saw all the yeses flash up. That was for the first one. So where are the results of the second one?
okay. So let me clarify, or try to, or I might have to have staff clarify for me because I'm exhausted and this is no longer, my brain is no longer functioning. Essentially what happened is Commissioner Cox moved to call the question, which means we need to decide whether or not we're voting on the main motion or if we're going to go back to discussion. And we all decided to vote on the main motion. And so then we voted on the main motion. And we only had 4 positive votes, which means that the case, it failed. The site plan is not passed, which means they have to wait 1 year.
Can we not,
No.
can we not discuss the redesign? That's what I thought.
Yes, so
What
I
we
think
had to vote after that.
that's, I had, yes, so. I think now what we need to do is have a discussion or a vote on a motion to reconsider.
Yes.
Yes.
You've heard a lot this evening and we're all tired. Within UDC procedures, is it possible for you to perhaps vote to reconsider, but then can you reconvene outside of this to have a discussion? As a member of the public, I feel that you guys need to have a discussion on something that's important.
I think all our discussion has to be made public. So, okay.
I have a suggestion.
Yes, Commissioner Cash.
Can someone who has who has it all in front of them, please, can we work together in crafting some conditions that we want to include that would help bridge the gap rather than kicking it out? Can we move towards a resolution with conditions? I don't feel capable right now. I'm sorry. It's, like I said, almost 3 o'clock here. And if anyone agrees to that, then I would like some help.
I think right now, Commissioner Cash, we're kind of tied. We need to determine if we're going to support a motion to reconsider. So I have Commissioner McKee has motioned. If I can get a second.
Okay.
I'll second.
Oh. There we go. Do we need a second? Can we get a second?
I will.
Julia.
Who seconded?
Yes, we have a second.
Commissioner Cash seconded. Oh, Commissioner Gordy and Commissioner Cash have both seconded. Okay. Now we need a vote.
Can I speak to, Madam Chair, can I speak to this motion?
Oh, sure.
Thank you. We have been here for a few hours, and the joie de vivre of the political process is we have the Roberts Rule of Procedure. We came to a decision. No one coerced us to make our decisions that we did, and due to the procedural process, we've come to a vote. So what it would seem like now, and this is for public record as well, is that we are now wavering in something that...
To be fair,
Go ahead.
the commissioners did not know what they were motioning on. So this is why we need to reconsider what happened there. The call to question...
I'm having a hard time hearing. My intent on that vote was to get us to vote for a redesign.
A redesign. So what unfortunately, the commissioners were confused. So they were somewhat coerced in that they didn't know that they were voting, that their vote would deny if not accepted in this moment. So we have a motion on the floor for reconsideration, and we have a vote.
Ms. Cash?
Yes.
Ms. Boland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, that motion for reconsideration passed.
Point of order, can you guys request a delay to the next meeting because it is late?
Madam Chair, may I make a motion to take the matter off the table so that... Oh, there was a motion made. What was the motion that was made? The main, okay.
I would like to make a motion to postpone. To April 13th. Do we clarify that we do not discuss this amongst ourselves? Okay. Just for the people who stayed with us through the evening and for the petitioner, board members, do not discuss the case in front of us outside of the presence of the petitioners and outside of the public. So I just so that you know, huh? I was just clarifying that the board will not discuss the matter with each other outside of chambers, just for the general public's knowledge.
No, we're not done yet. Do we have a second for the postpone? Can we get a second for the postpone?
I'll second it.
It's a tie. Commissioner Gordy has seconded. May we have a vote?
Ms. Cash?
Yes.
Ms. Foland?
Yes.
And that motion for postponement passes, so we will see you in 1 month. Do we need a motion for that? Okay. Okay, so since it is now 11:54, unless you can read really fast, we were probably
Madam
want to
Chair, I
postpone.
can read really fast.
Can you?
I can.
Okay, so moving on to the last item here under the public hearings, we'll let the planning department speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 022-0016 is an ordinance to update the fee entitlement tables in the Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulations, AMCR. The current fee schedule was adopted in 2019 with language that was carried forward from a previous version of Title 21. This is mainly a housekeeping ordinance regarding titles and descriptions, increases in fees to account for the time requirements to fulfill entitlements, elimination of entitlements that are no longer used, and the addition of new fees for entitlements not previously accounted for in the fee schedule, and new entitlements with new fees.
1 second. Can you please take discussion outside? Please respect that we're still in a meeting. Thank you very much. Okay, sir, over there, please. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Staff presented this proposed ordinance to the Federation of Community Councils, the FCC, at their December 15th, 2021 meeting. There were no objections to the proposed fee update. Your packets have details of these fee changes on pages 1 and 2. Page 4 has an estimated revenue increase for 2022 due to these fee changes. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Are there any questions of planning? Mr. Hatcher? Okay. And I'm assuming you don't have anything else to say?
I do not, unless you have questions.
Okay, and I'm assuming there's nobody here who wishes to testify? No. I'm sorry. Yes, you are. Okay, so there's no one here to testify. When the public hearing is closed on this case, so may we have a motion to approve the request for the ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending AMC?
Actually, you need to open the public hearing.
Open the public hearing.
You need to ask if anyone is.
I did open the public hearing. I asked if there was anybody here willing to testify.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
and someone spoke. And now we're closing it.
We gotta hurry up, guys.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve from Commissioner McKee and a second from Commissioner Cox. Vote.
He didn't state his motion.
Oh, state your motion. Commissioner McKee.
I intend to support the motion.
Well, state your motion.
In case 2022-0016, to recommend to the Anchorage Assembly approval of an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulations 21.20.002, 21.20.003, and 21.20.007 to update the fee schedule with the entitlements currently identified in Title 21. I intend to support the motion.
Thank you. Do you care to speak? Just kidding. May we have a vote?
Ms. Cash?
Yes.
Ms. Fuland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more item on the agenda, and that's the elections. Can we get a motion to postpone the elections to the next meeting?
Move to postpone.
Who said that?
I second.
Okay. That was Commissioner Cash and Commissioner Follen with a motion and a second. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, state your motion, Commissioner Cash. Or do we just vote? State your motion, Commissioner Cash.
State my motion. I just voted to
Postpone. We're postponing the annual elections to April 13th.
Oh, my goodness, please. Yes, I think that it is far too late for us to do that right now, and I would appreciate postponing it. How's that?
Okay, Commissioner Cash moves to postpone the annual elections till April 13th. Do we need to speak to the second? Commissioner Follen?
No, I'm in agreement with her.
Okay, may we have a vote?
Ms. Cash?
Yes.
Ms. Fuland?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more item on the agenda. Can I get a motion for adjournment?
I move.
A move from Commissioner McKee.
Second.
And a second from Commissioner
Second.
Cox. I'm using it.
You got 5 seconds.